discourse on conservation and sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake. Organized with the intention of igniting informed dialogue and collaborative solutions, today's function brings together scientists, researchers, policymakers, community voices, and students to reflect on the lifeline of Manipur, our precious LOKTAK Lake. Let us now prepare to receive our honored dignitaries who have graciously joined us for this meaningful occasion. We would like to begin this segment with a brief announcement, as many of you were looking forward to hearing from our esteemed guest of honor of today's function, Professor Khetrimayum Birbal Singh, Dean, School of Human and Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University. We regret to inform you that due to an unforeseen emergency, he will not be able to join us today as scheduled. I was informed that he might join later in the evening. We thank you for understanding and continued support. Now it is my honor to introduce our distinguished guest, Professor W. Chandbabu Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dhanamanjuri University as Chief Guest, and Professor Koizam K.K. Manibhushan Singh, Head, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University, and the Chairman of today's event as President of today's session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I have the honor to welcome you all, sir. In keeping with the rich tradition of our land, we now honor our esteemed dignitaries with the traditional lengyan, a mark of deep respect and cultural pride. May I invite the co-convener of today's function, Dr. Binota Thoksom, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University, to come forward and respectfully present the lengyan dignitaries. Thank you, Dr. Binota. We now proceed with a sacred ritual, the offering of water to our state tree, Uningthau, a symbol of strength and sustainability. May I invite our dignitaries to kindly perform this offering. This ritual signifies our commitment to ecological harmony and deep-rooted respect for nature. Thank you, sir. Next, we present a cultural performance, the traditional Pena Sahyau Isai, titled LOKTAK Imabu Saithaba. This performance reflects deep emotional and spiritual bond between the people of Manipur and LOKTAK Lake. Please welcome Telena Sorokhaibam for this beautiful performance.
Hello.
Thank you Team Delena for the heartfelt performance. To formally commence the event, I now invite the convener of the program, Dr. Rajkumar Jinkai, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University, to deliver the welcome and keynote address.
Thank you. Okay. A very good morning, afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I express my regret that we have to start the program a little bit delayed because of certain technical issues. We were waiting for the experts and saya usai sabi kadaba sijo traffic ta kitang amuk pallurab haitar. So makha jathaba yana bai ngasigi keynote amadi welcome address sathajagi. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dhanamanjuri University, Oza Professor Chan Babu, ngasigi chief guest wina lengsin biriba bo aham batata taram okturi wenana ngasigi function asigi President gi pamunanda lengsin biriba Oza Professor KK Manipur busu taram okturi lembirak liba respected deans of various schools, respected HODs of various departments, esteemed invited guests, directors, CEOs of the government departments, expert speakers, members of the faculty, students, members of the media, and their participants. I extend my warmest welcome to all of you in this one-day discourse on reviving LOKTAK Lake. It is a great honor and privilege to deliver the keynote address at this important discourse. LOKTAK Lake, often referred to as the lifeline of Manipur, is not just the largest freshwater lake in northeastern India, but a dynamic and sacred ecosystem deeply interwoven with the cultural, ecological, and economic fabric of the region. It sustains thousands of livelihoods, supports biodiversity, including the endangered sangai, and it is recognized globally as a Ramsar site of international importance. Yet, as we gather here today, LOKTAK is in distress. We are witnessing a slow but alarming degradation of its open water surface areas, the once vibrant water being suffocated by the uncontrolled growth of fungus, the floating biomass that once played a natural role in the lake ecosystem, but today, due to mismanagement and human interference, have become a burden. Pollution, encroachment, sedimentation, and unregulated development have pushed LOKTAK into a fragile state. What was once a self-sustaining ecosystem is now under constant ecological stress. This forum is therefore timely and crucial. Today's discourse aims to do more than just raise awareness. It seeks to encourage environmental experts, policymakers, academicians, and local communities in meaningful dialogue. It again seeks to reflect on the present challenges and degradation of LOKTAK Lake. It also aims to propose innovative, inclusive, and ecologically sound strategies for managing fungus, reclaim and restore open surface water and biodiversity, align conservation goals with local livelihood needs. In the spirit of sustainability, scientific intervention, and community participation, we must force a path that ensures that LOKTAK thrives, not just for generation, but for the generations to come, not only for our generations. Let us remember, conservation is not an isolated act. It is a collective responsibility. We are all stakeholders in the health of LOKTAK. I therefore invite all scholars, experts, students, journalists, and members of the local communities to contribute your ideas and voices freely. May today's deliberation become the starting point of a larger, sustained movement for restoring the ecological integrity of LOKTAK Lake. Let this not be just a discourse, but a commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rajkumar Chinkai, for that insightful keynote. Now it is my privilege to call upon the chief guest of today's function, Professor W. Chanbabu Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dhanamanjuri University, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Good afternoon. Mayam punong puahan bamakta kognona kurumjari. Koigi asigi sigumba koigi one-day scientific discussion on the topic reviving LOKTAK, a discourse on conservation and the sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake. Hybrid discussion sigi ngasigi thauram asigi president phampham lang lengsin biriba akhoi professor KK Manipur Singh aduga lengbi reiba ngasigi resource person Singh aduga akhoi media gi akhoi yam hena khang heraba thoiba team gi mayam ma khoi yaubiri aduga Manipur gi research scholar mayam students mayam aduga loina na akhoi gi atop field da work tawriba scientists mayam asu ngasi gi lengbirak pasima yamna laibok phabani ahan pa ta mayam puna hutaram na okchari. Well, hoji aikoina Manipur da LOKTAK si asuki matik important oiba mapham amani haibasidi aikoi mikum pudimona khangi mi khudimangna yai koi LOKTAK haise very important part of our Manipuri society. Manipur gi culture, Manipur gi civilization, Manipur da laiba mipung khudimang na LOKTAK si asuki matik important oi haibasidi pung khudimang na yai. Adobo LOKTAK ki phibam si hoji aikone yeng matamda noma gi ma gi phibam si phachil laktaba environmentally maso ecologically aikone yengoragadi LOKTAK si pura pollute tawdana laisalakba sigi pollute tawbagi chang si next another 50 years power thadana lairagadi LOKTAK si laigadra masung lairoidra haibasima maybe a big question in our mind. Adona hairiba sigimba issues mayam si yengorakanda why not Dhanamanjuri University take a lead for a discussion on this particular aspect, basically a scientific and academic discussion. Adugi makha tarakpada aikoina society da lairiba policy makers, society da lairiba civil society organizations, society da hingiba citizen punamagna kari karamba mawongda akhoigi LOKTAK si revive tawnaba LOKTAK ki ecosystem se maintain tawnaba LOKTAK si akhoigi tana thana yadraba Manipuri society ki amasung north eastern region gi khwaidigi hena maruoiba mapham ama ohennabagi damukta kari kedoba yagadagi haibagi policy program adugi implementation ki strategies mayam ka form tawminarnabagi akhoigi ahanba saihau step ni haiba tare masi ihananba step ni akhoina Dhanamanjuri University tawribase. Aduna academic institutions singsina akhoigi lairiba akhoigi ecosystem si karamaina matam kuina sangna adagi lakaduriba futures generation singsina LOKTAK si akhoigi forefather khena akhoigi ancestors mayam sina convidamdana akoise ngasi di loktak si phajagraba mafam hujik phabu oidana lairi haidana singthana ba yabagi level da akoi karamaina loktak si thamam sigi haibagi line du dani akoina sangsilakwa pamise madu tabu matamda akoi academicians singi contribution scientists mayang gi contribution civil society organizations mayang gi contribution public ki contribution citizens punam ki contribution policy makers ki contribution politicians mayang gi contribution sigi mayam si loy mak sangi baneba and besides that masigum bagi level sigi asoba initiative ama amasu awareness ama porona bo hona pata akoi gi print amasu electronic media da work tawriba akoi gi day and night awa ba khang dana hona riba akoi gi media gi team sigi responsibility so asuke matik important oy haina ai thamjage aduna aikoina ngasi lakholaiba a discourse on conservation and the sustainable management of Loktak Lake. It is very very timely and it is need of the hour never say aduna hujik ai di masigi matang da yam sangadi discussion tawjaroi hujik aikogi expert team mama sigi matang da discussion hawona bagi tam to hujik ready lerabani aduna we will start listening from our distinguished experts on this particular topic. And thank you for initiating this activity by the Department of Environmental Science at Dhanamanjuri University. And I am so thankful to the department and to all other members who are involved in this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your motivating words. To complete the inaugural segment, I now invite the president of today's session, Professor Koizam K.K. Manibushan, Head, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University, to deliver his presidential remarks.
A very good afternoon to all. That I matam sangnadi lawjaroi because all the experts, team experts are here. So Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dhanamanjuri University, Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, respected guest of honor, Professor K.S.H. Virbal Singh is not there today because of certain emergency work, and Principal of Constituent Colleges of Dhanamanjuri University, Dean of different schools, respected directors, IQAC, and all the directors present here, and officials of Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, all the esteemed experts, moderator, media personnels, invitees, faculty members and students, that first and foremost, I express my greetings to one and all here in this scientific discussion on reviving LOKTAK, a discourse on conservation and sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake, which is taking all this importance about the LOKTAK, which has been placed in front of all of us by our chief guest, that taking all this account that the Department of Environmental Science under the aegis of Dhanamanjuri University have organized this discourse, this scientific critical discourse. So considering this ecological status and its biodiversity, and as it's there in the Ramsar Convention, that this particular critical discourse has been organized. So there is a need to analyze from every section, from every societies, about the past of the LOKTAK Lake and the present scenario and what would be the future projection. Yes, we all know that, as my little knowledge is concerned, that LOKTAK undergoes a natural aging process. It's a natural, no permanent, of the natural lake is there. So we all know that it's being accumulated of organic materials, minerals are gradually filling up this due to the human activities of various, like say, nutrients from catchment areas, the agricultural runoff containing of the synthetic chemicals and pesticides, we all know about it, and the sewage which have been done from a point source and a non-point source, all this accumulated in this, and this will certainly lead to an expedite aging process, which we refer as a cultural eutrophication. Yes, we all know about this, that there is aging process. You can easily, if I can give you an example, that a life example is a LOKTAK part. What is the condition of now, which was there when we were young? And it's all filled with encroachment and settlement. It's a vivid example of natural lakes which is on the dying process. Yes, that a LOKTAK is at what stage? That we need to carry out all the assessment from various angles. From the scientific assessment is required, that what is at this stage, whether it is in the oligotrophics, very low nutrients, or it's in the highly rich nutrients is there, whether it's a eutrophic already or not. So, and we also, it's being reported very, say, particularly the invasive species, which will certainly harm than the benefit in a LOKTAK ecosystem. So this creates a competitive dynamics in the wetland ecosystem. Adu Haidiba lake ase mamangda na karamay na taromi how what was the size, and it was there at a self purification, because we need to introspect all these points, because it has to be carried out all the assessment from time to time, say spatial temporal analysis of the water quality, which is very, very much need of the hour. Whether, say, about the dissolved oxygen concentration need to be checked from time to time, and it's whether it's a hypoxic condition or not. So all this important point that LOKTAK is the right time for us to discuss on this particular topic. And so to check it, integrated approach is required. Environmental and, or you can say that civil engineering will play a very good role in a very constructive ideas to capture the eroded soil which has been infiltrated, or it's been there in the LOKTAK before it's letting it into the LOKTAK lake. This is one point. And that the LOKTAK hydro project may be the one cause. So that is why we need to carry out the environmental impact assessment very properly, so that to check what would be the condition, and to minimize the sediment load which has been introducing in the LOKTAK lake. Of course, the riparian vegetation studies is also required. So beyond, we have laid down in the leaflets, which is placed on a table, that there are some proposed agendas and expected outcomes. So we need to think beyond our proposed agenda and expected outcomes. All our, say, esteemed experts definitely will come up with a strong conclusive recommendation for a long-term conservation. And finally, I wish that one day scientific discussion on a revival LOKTAK, a critical discourse on conservation and a sustainable management of LOKTAK lake will be a great success. And with this, I would like to wind up here, so that I will leave it for the esteemed experts to come up with a conclusive ideas to bring our LOKTAK, because Maliam Sida Takliba say Manipur Maliam Sida Takliba say we always talk about the culture, we talk about the sports, and this LOKTAK is also one of it. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful address. With the blessings and guidance of our dignitaries, we now move into the core of today's program, the scientific discourse on the conservation and sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake. To lead and navigate the upcoming session, we are honored to introduce our moderator for the day, Mr. Salam Rajesh, member IUCN, Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy, and our reporter, Dr. Likmabam Sanjoy Meitei, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University. I now warmly welcome on stage Mr. Salam Rajesh and Dr. Likmabam Sanjoy Meitei to kindly take your seat on the dais. Thank you, sir. As a token of appreciation, we now offer the Lengyan to our moderator and reporter. May I request Dr. Bedabati Laitonjam, Assistant Professor, Dhanamanjuri University, to kindly come forward and honor our guest with Lengyan. Thank you. At this moment, I would like to invite the 6 distinguished technical experts to kindly come forward and take their chairs on the dais. They are Professor Khetrimayum Lal Bihari Singha from Department of Botany, Manipur University, Professor P. Albino Kumar, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Manipur, Professor Raju Singh Khoyangbam, Department of Environmental Science, Manipur University, Dr. Tensubam Basanta Singh, Scientist, Soil Science, ICAR, Manipur, Dr. Birla Maivam, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, Dhanamanjuri University, and Dr. Rajiv Kangabam, Lead, Manipur Technology, Information Hub, Information Technology, IT Park, Manipur. Kindly all take your seats on the dais. Thank you. It is now my honor to invite convener of today's program, Dr. Rajkumar Singhai, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, as well as co-convener of today's function, Dr. Binota Thoksom, Assistant Professor, Department of Environmental Science, to felicitate our esteemed experts by presenting the Lengyan as a mark of respect and their valuable contributions to the discourse on LOKTAK's convention. Thank you very much. With this, we officially commence the scientific discourse on the conservation and sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake. To guide us through the discussions and interactions today, I hand over the proceedings to our moderator, Mr. Salam Rajesh, member of the IUCN Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy. Our reporter, Dr. Likmabam Sanjoy Meitei, will document the proceedings. Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. But it's okay. Thank you. I need. Na koi tan tan na dana. Asi oja Chan Babu na sumai na program tau si hari na. Yau dia dia na. Kan hai bedegi. Asi program si amu flat na mara more ka so yai tu re. Ada ngasi mayam university ki, adiki college ki distinguished professors, scholars, the official mayam gathering tu. Ada ngasai cikai na su opening the yang important point kara thambira me. Adika mo honorable BC na su yang relevant over point. LOKTAK se ayaki di IUCN ki level na LOKTAK se national plus international discussion da akwai ki India ki wetlands in nine rakoda Chilika leka LOKTAK se always karai nung yaure. Adi problem issue se wetland loy na problem issue lay. Adoga he na critically mayam na yeng mada Chilika leka LOKTAK se adum hojikti amu kano asangwi depor bill se amu khara yoksile problem se similar problems hai tare problem multitude problem ni ado similar encroachment ki edi physical modification lakba the eutrophication ki kari ki edi biodiversity loss ki samane be discussion da ado ngasi ki smaina DMU na sinbiri ba program ja igi di LOKTAK ta kui na now almost 33 years LOKTAK ka sawana ri je asigi discussion che yam time ni way very late but akhoi ki English hai very late but never hai ju sapuri very late sin su phabam le adara LOKTAK se masa foreign jabi hari oi kari oi rajiboi mayam lady rajoi lady a problem do putok pirakani but in reality the hack almost every month LOKTAK se say adada every visit kudingi change kara di observe to be either physical encroachment वगैरह modification वगैरह नत्रगा aquatic invasive species मसक हम दबसंग पो वगैरह अदु मामा नत्रा मदी problem भी थिंग नहीं वो अदु हौजिक से currently रामसर convention की अहंग ना कोप convention of parties के योग जब दा convention on migratory species की convention योग जब बगांदा अहंग ना assembly ते पुखली से India की रामसर site हौजिक 85 plus current later. I see Manunda Ramjar Convention, Ramjar Secretary review of the only has worked at Chilika, Captain I fully my current status, I think a few lady colleague officially Ramjar side in a Ramjar Convention, Kumdara Kanda, scientist man Kumdara Kan Yang was Chilika, Captain I. The Ayana Ramjarki Secretary General Nupidu, the Kanamatam Germany, Apilama. I did next to Chilika, one of the most controversial, one of the most degraded wetland haitare. LOKTAK ni. Aduga, I have ki appeal da, I have ki argument da. Anikak horen discussion da so Zabihari so panbirakani khali. I have ki argument se makoy na tabi na pala argument da because LOKTAK Ramsar site se is located in two international biodiversity hotspot. Amba khakta na taba. Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot manungda LOKTAK su leire. Adiga mu Eastern Himalaya biodiversity hotspot manungda leiba wetland ni. And because of that, Ramsar Convention LOKTAK specific meaning matsang biba matsangi hai jana wari tawde. Adada masidida kitang tenjala bada last point very important akhoi gi ngasi gi discussion forums da su aduga MU gi kari gi leiriba oja sing da su naina bi ga da bamna official level da Asi waktu government of Manipur natra government of India na tackle tok dum se. Akhoi ki depor asangwi depor bill ga Manipur ki LOKTAK lake se sigi wetland Ramsar site ani se. These are included in the working plan of Indo-Burma Regional Ramsar Secretary. Masing office Bangkok te le. Bangkok ki director da unare wari sanare. Man hari se akhoi ki working plan gi manungda no depor bill ga LOKTAK singi. But because government of India has so far we have not been given permission to come. Adona moise deport bill ga LOKTAK ka kundoma kanda atai Myanmar da Cambodia da Laos da fajana tawe. Ahang na yang jab da moi gi yam scientific way. Ade gi moi gi conservation gi restoration project se Cambodia da ga adi inle da tawi to yam na fajana chagjal hai tare. Ada moi na director na haibu su ani je debor bill ga loktak ka se changningi man ha we have been trying for the last 7-8 years to come to loktak, but so far government of India has not given us the permission hai ana makhoi gi kana ko mana Google the sangbiraga ajiki Indo Burma Ramsar regional kano se secretariat ki my website ki kano do geographical map to yeng kan di akhoi notice India je cover to bone moi gi working kan do Southeast Asia gi country manga taruk se cover to re aduga notice sibok moi kano sidai da Indo Burma biodiversity hotspot ki campaign makha da akhoi se cover to adubo very unfortunately hojik ngasai oja Chan Babu na thambiri de maina loktak se hojik lai phibam sidai da sum hundoga di if there is no scientific assessment intervention maruai na duka policy maker I think ngasi kano so Dr. Berjok Maju lingbiri mana kano ni akoi Manipur State Wetland Authority ki nodal officer ni I think horen BC ga jongta session wara critical discussion am sange di what are we going to do loktak se hojik lai ba loktak se sum thamaga di horen uja biharen su haibira kani ecosystem je automatic degrade tawre degrade se akoina physically bit scientist natra su mina yeng bada yadre loi haine adegi angon di visual je pai lere adi pollution load plastic load waste domestic urban loktak ta kem carry tawri every monsoon nong megi nong hek lak pa se ai de parab chale yengi load che Imphal degi nambul to rena kem pori kholi nahan da su akhoi gi director of environment ga ithai beres da cheng kan da plastic mathak ta mi chat pe ya sa ya re automatic le se aduna hang na su Dr. Berjok Ma su war chana bada problem issues di horen discuss ki naina bi bada yaw bi rakane khali loktak ke problem se ani ni amana superficial above the water ki problem above the water da kari lege invasive weeds adegi floating waste man but I get more concerned what is happening under the water aduni adu akoi di pure scientist na tamni adu sang driver and Rajiboy kari hoina man hena discuss the honing body scientific na discuss the honing body I have ki personal opinion di what is happening under the water loktak ki surface manung da hojik se akoi ki tobuli sangaga lilai karom meng pan pawlam bi de ki loktak rom da nambul turin da sangbi raga di siltation ngasai chingle na su chingkai na su pan bi gere siltation problem je adu da phajana urani loktak se kem thengal lagi se adegi pollution load hojiki yangoi achowoi marin jalakanda maximum pollution load physically u phangani ngasai ki apoi ki nambul turin gi embankment je embankment se da apoi ki u gi ring the is thibu adamaina plastic layer je thibu ye ising je kitang kangda kanda how many layer of plastic has been embedded in the river bank layer by layer aina yeng de at least 8 layer di uiba plastic se maron sum plastic matak lebang thonjan giba adu matak tam thonjan giba aduna sum adu gi problems na ngarana jokin directed environment microplastic ki khanar kanda adu gi factor ma chaw na khana nei na ga ba plastic pollution gi leg ecosystem ga aduna I have na mayam na thamning si di any scientist any researcher natraga conservation practitioner na loktak kumba khanda you will find everything ecological problem yengera loktak ta thingnani adegi biodiversity problem thingnagera loktak ta thingnani adi pollution gi thengna bigera study to bigera loktak ta dumle adegi human conflict yeng bigera loktak ta loi le adi any social ecological environmental economic any issue Manipur loktak ta loin phange adi apaba wari di natreuja or negative point ngam tani aduna masi DMU na initiator ga academic discussion loktak ki tawsi na sinja langja bchidai da I have a concern di ngasi gi discuss toroni from where from here where can we go? The next question though. Madu thamjarakanda kitang kenjinjarakanda yahanan ba koigi speaker MU gi uja Bihari na list Professor Lal Bihari Sinha Department of Botany na hobita re time da je uja kharaga time je 15 oh aduti kita ngang kita masih kan ne apai ki modern time ki electronic ki too much dependence on electronics adugi sumali singai na asidai ta na wet like to
Hello. Sorry for the interruption. Our presentation is makha chathabu yanaba PowerPoint ke settings amtang tawjage. Please bear with us.
Traga chanjoi nangsu kitang matiam hai orogera. Matiam ngang orogera.
Thank you very much, respected chief guest of today's function, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dhanamanjuri University, and presidents of today's function, HOD, Professor K. Manibusun, and experts. Hojik tamo Rajesh moderator na actually tamo si Asagi scientist magnatra so LOKTAK ki maramda associate toraka yam koi na lakmani na asagi first-hand knowledge kara LOKTAK ki maramda hello okay aduna LOKTAK ki maramda first-hand knowledge kara adum tamogi yam na lay na ilogja
Hello.
Reviving of LOKTAK. Marina LOKTAK si notice the Ramsar site Mari labor the oldest Ramsar site in Northeast India ni. Siki kanugi manda siki vikarjegi. Okay. Aduna high river 1990 the Ramsar site include to graba LOKTAK lake si magi health kichidi ngasi ngasai ke highly eutrophic condition de la e. Aduna horin akoi experts sing na Thambiraku matamda ngasai eutrophication ti lakre aduga hojik karino ra khopena ecological point of view dagi LOKTAK ki phumdi removal tawba matam sida masida akoina yamna phumdi si remove taw matamda fajana phumdi siti LOKTAK siti karino ra makoi di carbon ki sink ki carbon sequestration ki jaga amsu oibani na makoi sing sida kaigumba yamna agitate tawraga di ngasai ki makoi phum sing daisu amsu another greenhouse gases kumba thorak pagi yabagi chances laimani na loina Nasagi adulai di bapum jing china aikoina lokto aga nasagi dredging tawraka su periphery da
Hello.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check.
Usagi, uja professor, uja Manipur University, botany department ki uja professor Lal Bihari Singhana magi presentation Hobinaba Nikinjari.
Thank you. Good afternoon, respected chief guest of this function, Professor W. Chanbabu, then president of this function, other faculty members, expert members, students and scholars. So my topic is, see, LOKTAK, as we know, it's so vast. It's a miniature of universe, I should say. So when you go through it, the resources are infinite. The problems associated are also infinite. Now we have to go side by side, understanding the problem, utilizing the resource on a sustainable way. So understanding the importance of LOKTAK, say we talk about the reviving LOKTAK. So before reviving LOKTAK, we should know what is the current status of LOKTAK. So for that course, when I was with LDA, LOKTAK Development Authority, for 3 years, consecutively we were hunting the problems associated, what are the prospects, how we can come out with the issues. So those are either directly or indirectly linked to the surroundings, to the upstreams of the river basins, as well as the valleys, floodplains, and the downstream linking to the lake. Finally, the big issue is with the exit, because there is no exit. So before the launching the Ithai Barrage, LOKTAK was simply a whirlpool in the river basin. It was never been as such lake. Now it is absolutely a what do you say, lentic ecosystem. So before the Ithai Barrage, it was just a whirlpool. Turian Marin the Irayam Layram, the Kralu from the LOKTAK. So Hojikti Dam to Tingan Gravanina, Magi. It is no more what do you say, lotic ecosystem. Aduna, that linked and attracted so many problems. So we understood the problems. After understanding the problem, a lot of recommendations are also given to the Ministry of Ministry of India, different sections of Ministry of India, including Government of Manipur. But the actions, so who will take the actions and when the actions will be taken is a big issue. So despite discussing what are the biodiversity, what are the plants or animals, microflora, microfauna or siltation, my point is many of our researchers, I understand that all the resource persons are very much significant and resourceful, highly learned and understood about the LOKTAK, will be presenting in different sectors. Sida mayamgi attraction se kada idin lake hai the plastic is no pollution to you plastic is the source the thing never thing. And secondly we have to withdraw our utilization. So for that LOKTAK the river resource mayam sida quite the maman labor resource quite the waru river resource to waru in the sense how to manage it from these never. But when I was standing here, it was 2020 when I just landed to Imphal in Manipur University, joining Manipur University. So my first visit was LOKTAK. And the fellow follower is a Canadian citizenship. So he wanted to see actually what is there in LOKTAK. So he visited here for 7 days and explored the wildlife like Kaibul Lamjau National Park. Then, why I was there? Fumdi se matamdu tu so in ek the ma se sanao in uge. So it's just like a gold. That is why I took the terminology, the blue carbon gold mine of Manipur. LOKTAK the river Fumdi say blue carbon gold mine. So now the costliest invisible material in the world is carbon dioxide. It's one among the costliest invisible materials. Carbon dioxide nuksita yaru say koina kamai ta udra harvest hoga doino habi policy sini. Kaya amna harvest do habi policy sini. Carbon dioxide say koina harvest do te koina thajari be uaduna harvest do ni. That is how the carbon trade developed. So the latest marketing in the globe for an invisible thing is global carbon trade. So the same principle I applied here to realize that whatever Fumdis are there accumulating every year in the LOKTAK, if we realize it as a gold mine, so at the moment, if I proceed, Here I just wanted to make realize that LOKTAK se kadaile ekoi loina khangi. So actually this map shows the land use, land cover, how it changed from time to time. It was for 2022, how the land cover changed by different construction activities, road construction, encroachment, yum LOKTAK phiban da sum tap thuaga yum sajil lakpa, mathakta leiriba chingdo indharaga LOKTAK phiban da yum sajil lakpa. So a lot of fights were there in between LDA and other managerial of the LOKTAK Lake, including fishery department, forest department, public yam toina masigi grievances mayama thui. So sigi write up say in the latest compilation for one of the project for utilization of these fundis. Sida yauriba data say one of the real datas published by many authors from Manipur itself. Magi resourcing say karaida karile biodiversity, plant diversity, animal diversity. So I am not going much in detail. Sida extinct oigiba nga khara su yaure hana leramba nga hana lejeramba hojik leitraba endemic species oiba koi sida ta phangba adu maduda ai yam kupna nainajar roi. So I am just showing it. So what is the depth? Akoi chaurakna LOKTAK se LOKTAK ki ising se kaya bhaw lei khwaidi lu hom se around 4.6 meter. Mamang ai desi more than 8 to 10 meter yoromi mayai sida matam amada during the rainy season. But now due to that regular siltation, damna chendharaiba apotpa amotpa siltation silt mayamdu ngaksala thamamnina, they are all siltations going on in the basin. Quite a say around 4.6 meter in the highly flooded season. Adumai tawdramag average depth say 2 meter kaktangaire. Next, coming to the elevation and area. So area is 287 square kilometers. This is variable. When there is a flooded, it may go above. Adudha leriba koi bada leriba magi adjoining wetlands LOKTAK matina taba macha lake leriba mayamadu punjal agat ima area say it goes beyond 300 square kilometers. So considering that what we have seen, the variations in the water level, dam se sage matung da magi water level say almost constant oina lai reba. Summer da leriba ising dui changdo winter ki yamna lien season lakma tu suma se nga thamamni ising sung wang lai reba. So that is also not good for a lake like LOKTAK. So LOKTAK Kumbal lakes it should be working functionally, ecologically very survival and viable when it is a pulsating and ising jamu wang hagata seasonally ising jamu handa gita winter da. Adun magi very essentially tabana maram oraga there are a lot many ecological imbalances taking place. Now, if we see through Google Earth, we will be looking something LOKTAK like that. And this solid biomass, which are the Kaibul Lamjau National Park, which is always permanent. Here, amidst we can see Karang Island. Now the issues are coming. So floating fumdis. Fumdis is the koina makal ani thona khaidwe. Amana fixed permanent fumdis. The group amana floating fumdis. So floating fumdis are the fast expanding fumdis. Akoigi nga yo ko idamakta ring ban semi dusu floating fumdi ni moise nuksitna hummaga du mai game dasum pura satpa. So this floating fumdi and the permanent fumdi, so these two permanent fumdis are usually isolated in the Kaibul Lamjau National Park and expanding towards the northern side. So that also now due to this continuous submersion, most of the fumdis are becoming thinning. Adu the ni koina sangai se chuongom tamde yahuda dana makha sangraga lupasi yawise. The fumdi se am patharak na maram hoega. So continuous flooding like that. So when I assessed 2011, 2016 and 2022 for the 3 years, the pattern of area occupied by different wetland components in LOKTAK Lake. So this is the open water space, blue color, white top is floating fumdis and permanent fumdi. So there is a you can see the declining trend of this open water body, the first blue line every year. Fumdis open areas is pixel because it also involves by the encroachment. Okay, asumda nga yopa kangbu karana so pukri taura kom taro nga yopa lam kanjan giba. The island karada leriba miyo sing sida leba indharaga dum inchalakpa. So that causes that open areas sum chai kuding sum picture the area of the lake is declining. So this is a great concern. So floating fumdi and the fixed or the permanent fumdi, there was a variation among these two. 2011 to 2016 there was a sharp decline in this floating fumdis. So see maramje hangukanda Japan gi madam du the fund khara lebadagi LDA na ayamba fumdi machinery sinara lawthokiba. Otherwise chahi 2011 to 16 the fumdi gi declining trend se yam severe and sharp oibne ba sigi se this is in square kilometer area moina cover to give se adu yam chaw na paksan na cover to ro fumdi je lokhoki but fun laktabadagi amuk thabak tapthag bina maram oraga 2016 day 22 se masam ko hengalai so fumdi covers it. Now fumdi volume, so it will be surprising how much million cubic meters of fumdi are there. Sidani aina pujaragni wasi, so whatever fumdi, either it may be a floating fumdi or the permanent fumdi, see volume sing say 22,028 or 21,841, see total volume floating fumdi ga natraga fixed or permanent fumdi ga say, this is in millions of cubic meters. It's a very huge stock of biomass. The Sigi biomass is the solution, one of the solution. Fumdi biomass kayumay dry method convert to this is also in million tons. Surprisingly, dry matter contains only 7.8% of the fresh fumdi. Fresh fumdi se oven dry to roka and the market dry matter se only 7.8% katani. Aduna maram oraga density of fresh fumdi si chaurakna 780 kilogram per cubic meter do magi weight se koi fresh horaga di 780 kilogram per cubic meter ani na maruti karam de na lumme ba magi weight se polapa kana 780 kilogram multiply by 2 1500 kilogram karam de imana lumme cubic meter ani na aduna LOKTAK ki expenditure se yam wang ba moji cubic meter da lokthok gi paisa se le per cubic meter lupa asu araga 153 to 250 rupees per cubic meter. Cubic meters is from the millions of cubic meter like Rekurina Mogi expenditure say chahi 1.2 to 1.5 crore spent only for removing the fumdi from the LOKTAK lake. Adusu limited quantities, maybe 1 lakh to 1.2 lakhs of cubic meters. So that brings that dry weight of fumdi contains around only 78 kilogram. Asagi 780 kilogram remember fresh weight to when oven dry convert over the only 78 kilogram per cubic meter. That is 1:10 ratio ne magila is 1:10 fresh weight and dry weight. Now organic carbon say analyzed for the 3 consecutive years masida oxidizable and non-oxidizable carbon se yaure aduna total carbon contains around 36.36 because this is a aquatic lot of aquatic macrophytes are there. Aquatic and terrestrial plant differs in the term that almost all the terrestrial plants including the trees contain around 45 to 47% carbon, less inorganic carbon. There's our organic carbon. But in case of these aquatic macrophytes, in terms of fumdi, the pure organic carbon is around only 27.93, whereas carbonates, carbon containing in the form of carbonates, calcium carbonate, sodium carbonate, so that increases and contributing around 8.43. Aduna whole biomass convert to bukanda magi S content of S or minerals yam wang yawi. Normal plant any plant product natraga plant material burned to bukanda. So with multiplication factor of that carbon content, total carbon lock in fumdi. Asagi weight to million tons the like ramdina hosik lai same thing you. Floating fumdi the 105 million tons in the year 2011. Next 46, 71 million. Total the yenka and the 641 million tons of carbon nilais. 620 million tons of carbon, and finally in 2022 it was 635 million tons of carbon. Now coming to the carbon, see carbon is going asina soil gini aside no plant gini. Although all the soils on the planet are try to accumulate carbon in different forms, every year they accumulate. But in case of LOKTAK claim to so carbon pool in LOKTAK lake overall, when you see soil ga plant ka carbon pool se punjal lubaka anda my quantity says 645, 624, and last 2022 the 639 million tons of carbon. Yam carbon se terrestrial world le carbon se growing strong at sequestration compared to it is exceeding more than 2 to 3 times. LOKTAK lake na sequester to carbon say around 2 to 3 times more than the carbon sequestering in the terrestrial world of Manipur itself. 1 hectare the 60 to 70 kilograms khatani terrestrial world sequestration to is. Whereas these are all annual crops. Chahi kutingi mai puthoi porse that itself is a productivity. aduna madai the 150 tons thola so that itself is a sequestered carbon, so that we can claim directly. So this ring buns, so it is very beautiful and it is an attraction of the tourist particularly. Sigi ring buns se artificial ni natural nate. Aduga sigi artificial ring buns se they also regulated later on. This ring bun is one of the very severe cause for expanding the fumdis in the LOKTAK Lake. LD na phana sienga ga su sigi ring bun se public na chalaga nga yung na ba sum semba sida magi diameter semtang yengbiu 116 meters ring bun na magi diameter is 116 meters. Adi football ground namaga chawu managra ring bun magi ring bun se. So that expansion ring bun si manungda mo koina ring bun si manungda tasengbadi karim leite adubu chahi amada magi fumdi khara mapana leibiduri sandorapasina that can expand more than half of the ring bun in a single year. Adu 100 meter ki ring bun semba kanda mi amana magi ring bun manga leiragadi he is contributing to expand this fumdi in the lake to half a kilometer or more than a kilometer. This is one of the severe issues. So that also raised during LDA expert advisory committee that restrictions should be there to proliferate the ring buns, let it be for fishing, even though who will regulate and who will remove these fumdis from the ring bun. See, yam chawba issue ma thengnagi matam duda. Now all these ring buns, so you can see one ring bun collides to the other ring bun when expanding, and it becomes the whole LOKTAK Lake encompassed by the fumdis. Kanada taina doino. Amada hayuni aigi ring bandi sim khatani, amada hayuni aigi sim khatani, but all the ring buns are now connected. Someone can start walking from one corner of lake to the other corner of lake through these ring buns. So this is very severe issue and among the these fumdis. Now this is one of the this is the final slide I just want to convey. Sigi slide se yenga matung dane koina any type of, say, let it be a conservation issue, let it be a management issue or sustainable management issue where incomes need to be generated. Income khara generate tawnabu ilambi sindragadi madudedi the kananumna yam toina regularly paisa thadabase even government will also decline. Adudagi ekhoi government ge pothokari lai senthokari lai haibam yengakani. So that income has to be equalized and balanced for sustainable management. This is the proposed tawjari. If we see the log carbon in Fumdi 639 million, that is ton, megagram is a ton, now which equivalent to 2,345 million tons of carbon dioxide. Amta yeng view ba masigi value se 2,345 million tons of carbon dioxide se Imphal Manipur ki LOKTAK khakta tak capture toro leirba carbon dioxide. Once we remove this and put somewhere else, this is already locked. LOKTAK ta dum leiragadi ma se pathar rakani due to the microbial activities. Adu carbon dioxide se release hoigini. So before that we have to capture it, process it, and somewhere we use it. So that is been fixed. Now, if the rate of carbon credit is 15 rupees, oh sorry, 15 US dollar, 15 dagina 25 US dollar about the exchange the way carbon credit say. So one carbon credit equivalent to 15 to 25 US dollar in international market. Company to company it differs, country to country it differs. So India now is very much ready, and many private sectors or private farmers are now selling their own carbon credit through either rubber plantation, coconut plantation, or erakanat, any type of plantation. So they are selling, they are exchanging money with the carbon credits they earn. So Makada in the log carbon in the soil is around 3.3 million megagram. Soil is a coin to kragasu, at least Fumdi, Chay putting a coin harvest the way about carbon credit, Karadum later. Aduna, Masida, finally, soil ga Fumdi ga Punjal Luraga, and is a Torokanda Kogi at the current stock of what do you call the carbon is in somewhere grand total is 435. You can see here in terms of crore, it is unspellable digits we find. Okay, this is in crores. So US dollar, you can see how many US dollar, 35,356 million US dollar. If we multiply by 80 rupees a dollar, we are having how many crores? 282,853 crore. That will equivalent to Manipur ki khoi paisa chahi ki proposed the budu ki chahi more than 100 years ki dugi hele si paisa sina hauzik khoi ki LOKTAK ta leri paisa se tasengna si ki paisa se khoina ubo phangagadi. If we develop some good technologies to harness this locked carbon or sequestered carbon in the name of Fumdi, Manipur will not be poor. Maduda Tariba, Kundadra Leriba, me, Lak, Mari Manga, they will become millionaire in a single year itself. Sigi Portsima Koina Kangam. But the actual carbon credit has to be accounted on every year basis. Handai Chahida Suklerami Matak Chahida Kayam Hangali have a Potokuna so the Womsange. So that differences is the credit earned. Adugi earned or credit to Nekoina open market at Hadokaduse. So many companies are there in India as well as other countries. If we just showcase it that LOKTAK Lake of Manipur is ready to sell this many million tons of carbon dioxide or sorry carbon credit, many companies will directly jump and land here. They will be ready to purchase it. Aduna paisagi carbon credit tagi koina paisa yam laina tanmang amani have siba thamjage. But there are still challenges involved. So what are the challenges and considerations we have to make? So the accurate measurement of this the reporting and verification of carbon sequestration. Akoi tamda tabuga ising da tabuga khera khenai kam tamda tabudi remote sensing through the koina measure tabujai. Ising the labadi ising mathakta labaka ta yengba yadamnina manung da su labanina mase sampling toroga mase sequestration ye rates koina own bamsang. Though that should be very scientific. So need for a baseline study koi aina hazik panjagri base 2022 ki data ni latest data da kari la hai base koina ground truthing toroga estimate to su change. So then institutional mechanisms LDA or NGO any other societies private or scientific agencies they all should come and join together. Me ema to we are environment climate change na tawninga ka su itom na to we are LDA na tawninga su itom to we are. They have to engage researchers as well as the public surrounding the LOKTAK Lake, the beneficiaries. So we can overcome these challenges. So way forward, what are supposed to do? This is the recommendation. What we are supposed to do, see blue gold mines, harvest the what do we need to do? So here the first initiative is a scientific carbon audit of LOKTAK Lake, environmental science the carbon audit. So that ecosystem sigi carbon credits audit how much we have next year, how much it is going to have. The development of LOKTAK Blue Carbon Project with community participation. Without community participation, it's not going to be success. So everyone should have benefited. Communities into benefit. So this is a very important point. Collaborate with national and international carbon credit registers. If you Google it, you will find so many registers, societies who are ready to provide you the carbon, who exchange the carbon credit with money in terms of US dollar. Integrate carbon credit mechanism into state wetland policy and climate action plans. Otherwise, there is no such carbon credit mechanism in state wetland policy till date. You know, have the LOKTAK the carbon credit ki value but there is a great scope. Internationally, it is recognized. So LOKTAK has a great scope to harness whatever we need through this carbon credit from the LOKTAK Lake. Conclusion. So overall, this LOKTAK Lake stands as a natural gold mine for carbon credits. Now I think many of you might have understood, at least partially, why I am telling it is a natural gold mine. So it offers the climate solution while afflicting local livelihoods and conserving fragile ecosystem. Fumdi to the Fumdi is how the Fumdi is proliferating. That we have to understand. The excessive nutrient growth. Otherwise, there is no question of growth so fast. The growth lies several million tons never. Biomass never. So excessive nutrient running through the river basins and the paddy fields. Maduna, one of the reasoning. So ultimately, the last point is hence Manipur can pioneer. Hajik Pauda, Chilka Lake, Ojana Supanjire, Chilka Lake, even Guwahati the River, Dipor Bill. They also have some biomass like Fumdi, but not Fumdi exactly. The water hyacinth and so many other macrophytes are there. But the resource what we have is completely different. It is semi-solid or semi-terrestrial world. LOKTAK the river Fumdi sings somewhat. It's a semi-terrestrial world. Fumdi the Yum Savajara never. The Yum Savajara this should have not less than 1.5 to 2 meter thickness. Adu thickness requires a yamna supportive over biomass. So that biomass, if we can utilize it, so that utilization should be nature-based climate mitigation. So climate will be automatically coming here, and by blending traditional ecological knowledge with innovative carbon financial tools, we can earn millions of rupees. Forget about the state government and central government to lay for management and what we are talking about sustainable management or conservation. If we have money there, this money can be utilized for management by many agencies. So with these few words, I would like to thank and conclude all of you. Thank you. So sir,
thank you.
Yes.
그럼다 next speaker 차트나 암땅 강전행이. 자기 오잖아 carbon 분리기 biomass carbon hotpiri volumes. If I ask you the spread of the LOKTAK, ojangan sa 287 square kilometer panbire, but LDA officially 236 square kilometer. Ada LOKTAK ki entire volume boundary ki area se asi fluctuate tawri siga ojangan carbon ki angkal mo hotpiri siga boundary ki dispute lai bise. If ojangan 287 the whole normal level.
287 the whole is
LD ki 236 the whole level.
Yes, 236 se ai nang sai do ising chaw mo tam da ma se hendora ga ma gi area se pak thura yego. So jurisdiction se LOKTAK na demarcate or is the only manak the level lake khara du khakta ne ba, but it has some additional small pockets which are in between. Adi LOKTAK ki manung du su chapchana challe hai su ta public issue pata pai da ba, but that should be a natural unclassed landmass. Otherwise ina khara ga hena par because this is a resultant of this remote sensing ki map se sidai ki tawro hot pane ba ising chaw matam dai tare flooded situation. So in that flooded situation, but the figure for Fumdi will not be wrong. Ising paksa ba khakta ni Fumdi di magi circle du the hot pane ba masa ki u phangi ba circle do.
Thank you. What are the direction the mayam hanging ba?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So lastly, I thank all the organizers and all the audiences over here. So relevant to this year I have proposed one project particularly targeting this Fumdi. So through NMHS, if NMHS permits to establish 1 or 2 plant there to utilize this biomass, but how to utilize it is a big question. Fumdi je kokala ni kari desi nadu na leva. So this has to be converted into biochar through pyrolysis. So that pyrolysis machine already I have patented. Through that project, if it comes, it will be established in LOKTAK, and all the surrounding area people will be benefiting from that biochar machine. So it will be producing not only biochar, it will be producing hydrogen gas and methane gas for cooking purposes, and the vinegar for organic pesticide. So 3 products will be coming out from that project if it goes through. And of course, I believe that this project will, if it happens, then there will be a devastating change, I should say, drastic change in positive course for conserving this LOKTAK through utilizing this biomass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Professor Albino na presentation. Ja kanona di convener chingkai na di hai piram dong male do yare ka di 20 minutes the speaker sing je ja bihari ki sapchana 20 minutes sema la ko male adai da limit.
A very good afternoon to first of all to the honorable VC sir and to all the students, faculties and my dear experts. Ozano ki mamang da habi ki do continuation la ta ki am chana topic se. Although ngasi presentation se aina share tawning badi just as a faculty ko yam chamna koi faculty na lebini faculty mo na koi na thoraga practical purpose da Fumdi si karmain toraga sijina ba yagi hai ba koi na toki ba findings kara mayam mamang da thamjage si matang da niko first koi na tokdu si Fumdi si koi na biochar na ozano ji habit badu koi na already own gre research toraga findings kara lekre atugi findings to publication in like thazana banaya publication observe ni aduga sigi biochar or akoina activated carbon high Fumdi se sigi si akoina sijinaraga lab ta test toraga filters hare ising treat tawre kari treat tawi iron remove tawre adugi wakhai da khoi to pigi rani fi am lai ko bagi dyes moi gi thologa dyes mayam treat tawda da khoina proof toraga khoin publication tawkre aduga it is just a laboratory scale. Other equated engineering in a big scale da kamaina sijina sige big plant kamaina sem sige hairaga akhoi filter se design to na bo honna bada akhoi na hujiki anover technique machine learning artificial neural network ko kitang sina research ta la adu sijina raga akhoi acho so plan design to ba adu amu validate to kam chung da have to adu experience me ando diza ga si quite first LOKTAK lexi the like fum ti si me am na khang na re adu si kayam na homogeneous oibra haibadi LOKTAK lek tagi aina fumdi khara lokholaga aina product ama sema matamda atopa jaga mayang Imphal dagi am low matamda managadra haibam la yam samna haibda parleji biscuit se adum taste mani dana chahi yakhi dagi ko sumain to dana moje homogeneous oidragadi aina sariba product si my uniformity la roib aduna akhoi study to na bhon the side hum lokhole kaibulam zau ko sandra sne karigi residential oibini na ko kaibulam zau na karigi sangai lebigi adagi ithing sina akhoi satu discuss tor ka chana ba jaga yeng bini mahum mahum sine akhoi na fumdi se lokhole yam samna hijab da fumdi se lokhot laga akhoi na ma si collect tore ko si just utpare na shun collect toraga akhoi ihana na to si ma si activated carbon semani adudagi aina sa hijariba akhoi absorption test aina tawrani aduga achoba plan achoba design toba asigi so project la orgulay ko say ucharake first aina su maruina akhoi students faculty fraternity mi am laibina karam mind tawdana fumdi se akhoi na activated carbon sa ga hebse mi atopana saramba activated carbon lai ko atopa product ki akhoi na sari se chu kit modify to akhoi na adun first akhoi na activated carbon si low re fumdi se kanghal ga segregate tawre aduga heating se khogi ozanang sa habiramba pyrolysis habisina mu oxygen yauroi doine ba akhoi na tawrisana yaribe makai pesa changdina sembal laina semba yagadoba yum da mi amana maitan sumbagi type sumba yagadoba ko oxygen yaudona daba oxygen yaubugi so khoina test tawi yaudom su test tawi pyrolysis ta aduga mathang dana activated carbon se sunga ga khoina test to budo adugi findings do ithamjage ihana akhoi fumdi si check to matamda activated carbon sunge sigi si ai kunum chage ka sigi si na khoi fumdi ni ko si fumdi ni khoi gi laipak we soil we pambi we to we ko adagi sigi si na akhoi activated carbon ne activated carbon si akhoi na makhal ani thukna khai do e amana kya akhoi na kupna sugai da ba kara dum granules we ko maitan type to adudagi amana activated carbon si sinakar kuppe ada si activated carbon si akhoi saraga magi si study to matamda x-ray lo matamda magi surface area si gram amada 4.7 meter square yawe adugi batik surface area wange ado akhoi na yariba makai kupal laga amuka yeng bani aduda yamna kupata ragadi pot se koi telecom powder ki type to laga amuk engineering field or real filtration to buda kara awaba thoeba la kuping the surface area hingla have su yadabdina akoi na optimize to buda 4.74 meter square per gram le magi total volume se gram amada 0.017 centimeter cube space area phangeba pore diameter na 7.085 nanometers masigi sim jam important oi nanometers haramina yam pick purina akhoi to dise heavy metals oigera dye oigera iron oigera pukri ising phatab oigera si karmaina trap toxige habse si akhoi adu study du ne ado akhoi batch experiment to habse satru ki interest oina ba ina photo hapchabni sumaina akhoi na activated carbon si hapaga ungaga pung ani umba yam lakani ko Ahamba result see the minor to have the activated carbon see firstly sabada activated to wine acid natroga base na manung the yauriba activated carbon basagi fundi gi manung the yauriba water molecules me amsa si ching thokna bo ne adu space sa ga doine adu da akoine acid season na si acid se makal season na re adu gi ising ju season nei ko adu acid ta su amuk ka dawi acid se mayak chamba hayangwai akoina karigumba practical oina akoina ngasagi field oina real to we haragadi खुद थबक तौबदे एसिड द थुप कदो सोरपुदी एसिड मयाम चमगा सु चमजु सनु अखोय कयामना एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन से मतिक साना फंगबा ngमगदगी से चेक तौबगी अखोयने एसिड मकल मकल येंगे स्ट्रिंग येंगे अदुगा सुंगबा मतमसिदा अखोयना फुमडी सिदा ngसाई एसिड हापसे सिसु इसिंग कयाम हापदगी एसिड कयाम हापदगी हाबा कितंग सिदा रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड ओरेको ऑप्टिमाइजेशन हाइतारे अदु ऑप्टिमाइज ओरकानसिदा अदु एदारदी फुमडी केजी अमदा एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन केजी क्या थोकनी एसिड क्या संगनी एसिड से करम एसिड ना ख्वाइदगी फै अदु एसिड तुगी स्ट्रेंथ क्या होइनी एसिड तुन मयाक चंबा यारे हरगदी बातिन लमदा एसिड मंगा हपचला लोरे अदुमाइना खोइना कस्टमाइज तौनबा ऑप्टिमाइज तौनबा सिलेबा अदुगा अदुगी रीडिंग फाइंडिंग्स टू अखोइना जगह अहुंगी एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन गिनिको इथिंग ने सेंड्रा ने अदुदगी मफम अबुदा निशंग अपन निसे कैउलम जाउगा को अहुम से खज 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 कनि खेनै अदु ngसाइ वैल्यू से 80% सिजना 85% 70% मखल मखल अहुम से खेनै सिगी रिजल्ट सिना ताकपदी फुमडी सिसु अखोइगे मयाग इम्फाल साइड ओइगेरा सेंड्रा के साइड ओइगेरा अदगी अखोइ बिष्णुपुर साइड ओइगेरा हाइबदी होमोजेनियसटी क्या ओइदे यापन खेनबदी नते अखोइनि स्टैटिस्टिकल डाटा यंगदा अराउंड ±7% गुमले माइ खेनब हाइबदी माइ मनुंग द यौरबंग सागी केमिकल कंपोजिशन हाइतारे कमरोइना अदा सिक्सना माइ एक्स-रे ने स्कैनिंग इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप कापगा अखोइनि यंगबनी अदो अहुमक्सी यंगबदा अखोइना कुथलिसी 2 माइक्रोमीटर द साइज द कापने बसिसे सेम स्कैनिंग इलेक्ट्रॉन माइक्रोस्कोप दा अदो 2 माइक्रोमीटर कापदा अहुमक्सी स्ट्रक्चर से खज खज खेने बतुम जस्ट कंफर्म दोबनी को अदो अखोइना आयरन से रिमूव तौरकांदा आयरन से फिल्ट्रेशन तौरगा लथो मतम यंग मतमदि मसक स्माइन तौरे हाइबदी फुमडी से आयरन से लौदी लौथोए लौथोक्तना माइ मसक की फिल्म से ओला इबने को आइना थमजरी से फुमडी की मागी कुंडली हाइतारे को मागी कुथि हाइतारे अदु थमजरी से अदु वरगदी मसक ओले मसक ओनबददी सी ओनगी फिल्म सी यामना मैक्रोसाइट ओले हाबे अर्थदी माजे केमिकल रिएक्शन थो इजाला नत्रगा फिजिकल रिएक्शन थो इजाला काहिबसे सिज अखोइ सिदगी खो उबंगमे बखरदी को अदुदगी मागी केमिकल कंपोजिशन से अखोइनि येंगबे मतमदा फुमडी सी मैग्नीशियम कैल्शियम अनमनदि कार्बन ngатनी मिनरल्स मचा मचा अमनि यौरमी हाइबे अर्थदी लाइबक फबा मना अखोइ फुमडी से हुजिबोक्ता यामना लाइबक थिबा हेवी मेटल्स कुंबा को इंडस्ट्री गुंबा याम लय तारगदी फुमडी से कंटामिनेट तोरकदोइनेबा को अखोइ कानपुर दगदी कदौरी मोगी इसिंग लाइबाक सिदा क्रोमियम याम थि यावेबा लेदर इंडस्ट्री याम लैबिनिना लेदर से सॉफ्ट ओइनबा सिजनबदा क्रोमियम से कंटामिनेट तवेबा अदो ख्वाइदगी लाइबक फुदी फुमडी सिदा हाइदे हाइबनी मयामगी फत्तब चेंथरे हायरसो अखोइ इंडस्ट्री लाइरबल लेबानिना इंडस्ट्री क्या लैतबनिना कंटामिनेशन बुद थोमद्रीबा अदो सिदगी उबो फंगे हेवी मेटल कशु उदे सिदा ओरम गोल गा यावर सिबदे कोइ मशीन दगी थोलकपनी अदो before absorption after absorption jingam matamda kashu yapani khenabu ude that means our fumdi is still a very very pure gold haitare ko mafam homgi ni adaki sisina khoina moi xrd na moi gi manungi crystalline oibra amorphous raka check tawi yengba su ahum ji kidang khenabdi oi adra sin khoina conclusion tari se fumdi is a crystalline kya oide chemistry londa adaki kidang amorphous khara oi ko अदुदगी सिदगी सिगिसना अखोइना गसाइद उंगबा मतमदा उंगबदा फुमडी से उंगबदा आयरन से कयाम एब्जॉर्ब तोकेने येंगबा मतमदा मयाम सिद उबिरमनेबा अहमबगा अनि सुबगा अहुम सुबसे स्पीड से हेंगलइनेबा स्पीड यामने हेंगलगसु आयरन एब्जॉर्प्शन से कशु इहेन हेंगतेबा हाइबिगी आथ्रदी फुमडी दा आयरन चंगी से फिजिकल एब्जॉर्प्शन नते केमिकल एब्जॉर्प्शन नि हाइबिदा हाइबिदी आई सासे केमिकल लोइना तैबा तारगदी को पोट से लापदा तक तक अट्रैक्ट तौगनी युसाबी टाइप ता फिजिकल ओरगदी मखुन मखुन चंगदुनी मतम चंगनी कुइर कुइर के एब्जॉर्प्शन हेलकनेबा अदुना सी फाइंडिंग सिदगी अखोइना करी खंगेदा फुंडी दा अखोइना एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन साजबवानी मागी केमिकल कंपोजिशन जे अदुगी मतिक फै अदुना अदुगी केमिकल कंपोजिशन दुनबु हेवी मेटल्स आयरन गुंबा डाइस गुंबा सी बाइंड तो ngam अदो केमिकल एब्जॉर्प्शन ओइबनिना मागी अपटेक कैपेसिटी सु याम वांगेबा आयरन से माना अदुगी मतिक लोथोएबा को अद सिगिसिना अखोइगी स्टडी तौब मतमदा अखोइना इसिंग दा हाप कांदा आयरन सी नोइना मु एक्टिवेटेड कार्बन सारगा युम दा येंग मतमदा लौथोक प्रेम लौथोम दा बयाय इसिंग की pH हाइबम लेको सिसु याम इंपोर्टेंट ओइ अद अखोइना pH से येंग मतमदा ngasagi activated carbon ahum se makhan mafam ahum di sarak se pH 5 6 swaidana hena lokthore sigi mechanism yam lai mechanism yam saduna hajer roige ada haibagi arthadi akoina ngasagi ising si neutral pH maya da iron lokthok ka herso awaba leitre kariguma acidic pH oram tardi acid mu hapata ne ba ising thakna na treat tongna na hotna ba amu acid hapata ba ne ba ado okay fumdi gi di kano da tai ba pH 5 6 swaida tai ba aduna fumdi se ko explore hena tawdo wali akoina commercialize oina oido wali adu hujubu thi bada apabagi apabanga to oeba masamba activated carbon oibe yai number 2 da mo da torse chemical absorption heli haibidi mo da chemical composition carbon yamna yawi number 3 da even pataba impurity mem lokthok ko se neutral pH lokthok panga me ba mate ko si si ko explore to buni adada kitang scientific oibe da ina si result yeng matam da ai kitang hajake si da koina intraparticular diffusion ilobic adagi mathak is the first order second order kind of si data analysis ni ko si da ke unta hajake ba si da gi so koina kari hainu u phangge haibada sigi r square 1 and mathak ta lei dan ko adagi magi k1 chi square value si am p se atai na ba haibadi akoina mathematical model da phan ma tam da fumdi na iron to second order ni ipan pha le ba ado second order ki theory da khoni yeng bada second order hai tar de chemical absorption ni hamne ado na fumdi se chemical absorption hai basa na bu khara scientific oiba da di thoina polymer sarga pasha tinga chemical absorption sung ne ba akoi fumdi masamang sidi ado ki batik organic oibini na chemical absorption ado ki batik thoi mathematical equation analysis mayam sin so proof tawi adudagi akoi sigi intraparticular diffusion hai se si jakoina spider web hai intraparticular diffusion si su 30% absorption yaurome ba ad haibidi ngasai akoi ki chemically attract to ba haibasi nupa mag nupi mag attract to dine ba ado ngasai charge manadrabni na ado akoi ki iron gumna taba kitang charge se neutralize oi pot ama leiram taragadi 30% physical absorption thoibani na si data snu utpanga manina aduguma potusu at least 30% di fumdi activated carbon da chikapanga mi haibni da adi fumdi haibse ado ki man magun kyam yoge haibse si bo da khoi limited resource na akhoi exploration su wal madi yari adubu pura sana haibi adi diamond da su magun hena leina lokjai aduna aina haning madi hujiki aina hajabuduni physical absorption also entertain ado ki maximum the chemical absorption thoi mose ko ada si sina fumdi sina akhoina aina ising glass am pire ising glass ma pire si bottle ama pire or liter manga pire si iron asuk yawi dye asuk yawi haidi treat tawi haidi kamai to godage dose ke am sang da haibam leidana ko adu dose su akoina study to bani aduna around si just data ga 3.5 grams kuma season ga ising liter ama treat to bangami adu 3.5 liter ma treat to ngamadi liter kundari kya jangani adu fumdi sabda pasha kya changki active aduna cost analysis su torpo ya ba aduga sigi analysis ta ki akoina kamai to geda experiment haibisidi akoi lab ta ngamjaba level da boundary layer to bani akoina ngamdaba predict to ya ba ko ada akoina predict to da analysis ta sina isotherms kaing lei ko sida akoi gi isotherms ai yam de hajero ge aduna isotherms ta kai hagi da Langmuir isotherm in the sub lakin left ki sine ba maung so follow to way friendly have so follow to way habi at the fumdi se completely homogeneous oide completely heterogeneous oide fumdi si manungda half homogeneous half heterogeneous oide ko haibadi ma se completely heterogeneous haibasu yada ba yam homogeneous oiba parts yauri ba fumdi si da si mai manung study ni adudagi fumdi gi khoina se modeling to yeng ma da fumdi se fumdi gram amana iron 7 mg lokopanga gi capacity yawe si si akoina experiment to khangbu nate si modeling to buni modeling to ga akoina check to ba kitang error delay 7 gi khara de heli ado fumdi gram amana activated carbon fumdi gram amana 7 mg iron lok topoka sidi ising da 0.3 dagi hena iron yaw ya deba maru ina bishepur ade kachingnom side som da khodi yengba guhali ba jaga ising iron yaw yam thole ba adudi milligram da few milligrams ne ba adudi fumdi machet am loroga activated carbon si khatana liter kun hena treat to bangam ne ko aduda khoina torishina practical purpose da combine to the actually batch analysis has the kind of physically hapaga umuduneba asing but the continuous process of the yadeba continuous process experiment the why ko see continuous process to reach aduna continuous analysis to the so akoina data khara fange ko see data sigi results ina kai we have the akoi filters in a centimeter mangadang sangmutar gadi TV the 7.4 hay se pung taret makai hen isin truth to bangam me magi flow rate kya da flow rate na 2 ml per minute adudi akoina fumdi se hapaga filter macham sabada ising nong bada aina kyam kuin chalai ni ai ising imung da su tarkar reti kayam da thamgani height kyam yeng da ge have se akoina analysis loi tawre aduda yeng bada kalam analysis service te kar compact oi vidina filtration in kar wai ba she does successfully found the nabu akoina see graphs obtain do ngamine that means practically yum da su tawraga akoi filter ising heraga tara idana batin ising heraga physically hapa luaraga ya thok pada te ba adugi process so boda from this the possibility le have do ai mayam thamjage ado si sina publication ni atopa ani shuba from this sina kamai tawge da akoina ngasai gi kano se rani fi saba wang hi se mogi nala fi ban thada ba dyes congo red Italian blue ko waste water ni ko turin da thada tri ngai da kari mai tru to ya ge adu su check to thokre adu gi so khani Italian blue se publication do khre adu da phang pa matam da Italian blue gi efficiency 95% phange ba ising se pra clear way moi adu moi na rani fi men akoi nala da ya kon thada ba ti bo government ki mira ka ha ba nate adu di akoi imung da gi pi ga law na moi gi nala da thada ising se akoi da collector truth to way batch process da column process da adu ga sidadi 2.5 grams kak changi bi liter metru to da iron da gi amu dai truth to hen ngam me ba adu gi matek versatile way ba khoi from the active carbon se ko adu ga pH su neutral pH adu ngam me adu gi mathang da sidana aina yam da explain da roi akoi na anoba khoi satra da maru ina ko musikan di any research to da science or arts or engineering or doctor or machine learning artificial intelligence sam important oi ko akoi jo hairam de tamai ni akoi na machine learning se sisi data se hapa kan da akoi na plan acho design to bune adagi marak sida fumdi gi dos asuk yauraga di adagi ngasagi akoi na activated carbon sungbada acid hapki bdo acid asuk hapaga di aduna tra yamna haptraga di akoi performance kamai to ni habse predict to ngam me aduna akoi na ai mungi di ising asuk darka lei aduna phattaba contaminant asuk milligram per liter ni nongodi ising asuk tak darkar lei haitari fumdi kaya darkar lei ni acid kaya darkar lei ni habse adu pH kaya darkar lei ni pung kaya da treatment to ni habse akoi machine learning loi design do ga thamaga akoi publication ut kre sidadi loi nu utpadi minute pundadi nang tre ko
kanoge Dr. Alvino sambab to yarabra
auto minute tapi ko
20 minutes
asilo jere ado si ena hainang man akoi project amus longhi ko practical da si se LOKTAK ki project ni plan tawraga akoina si se water treatment plan is biosin filter community based ai mamang chahi da solution kre mak lang da ma kameng da ma sina nambol da ni si se akoina paisa kutu sari ne ba si sina pukhri gi sini tru taw bai ne ba lengoi ga tawraga si da suk mechanism khre yawi ko yam samnam hajirage aina haining na ngasagi activated carbon fumdi gi se si gi sisu sigumba practical purpose da hapaga di se ko NIT no sab ai project thoga ko si da so hapaga tawraga di pukhri gi sing se si sing khenab sine but the problem is akhoi gi public kano yaudari yade ko natri ising je thadok pa toti thudek pa aduna issue ma sakre aduna sida su project la re isab lekre mayam ising yabal ang khimatum duda huji de moi maintain dogdre ad aroi boina amga hajage akhoi fumdi se huji hen of matik sana nano particles sungbagi Manipuri days di project am loi boin pire adu tawri nano sunga di fumdi dagi amok hena capacity hengana ne ko sim thamjage the fumdi is adu matik fai habadi aina tabada speaker amana so habi ne hai vermi composting ko chahi okhum mamangda ai impact sa to tawkre ai di har sungbagi si baba feasibility yam lei ko si bida ngangjar roiga ado session ai research team ai satra p is the impact ma'am I thank you.
Thank you. I kan tang kangjani ren interaction zo za sinhana su za biaren su kumbira kanena ara fumdi gi topic paper ni fumdi specific focus pi bani ne fumdi gi physiochemical analysis to buda carbon oja kanona singana carbon mass kan tawre ji breakdown to bire adan aina khangning ba mana fumdi gi laiba kano se vegetation character se han original vegetation na kyam laibno ade anok changjala invasive species ne kyam laibno ado finally calculating the ja albino na nano particle ge breakdown panbi hi budo ado da kano se खाइदोꯛपिबगी possibility लेब्रा आदि संचलकपा paragraphs for example paragraphs invasive संचले हान original लेरम vegetation गा अनि जे फुमदी की assessment दा
ओजा अखोगी field सिना मुक्ता सिंगना filtration medium तरोगा filter design तरोगा community based पुतोनो सारक पनीना vegetation सी all new हायर गदी अखोगी resource अमुगने broaden तो करने बा example homogeneous ओइ दबिदा बुता मफम ओहम दे collect तरोगा बुक study तो करने बा सीधा सो अखोई दा अरे बदा data में हमसे generate तरोगा अखोई दा मत मांगबो ओए बको अदुना सिगी vegetation all new हाइब सीधी अखोई ना सीधी conduct तो रहे तो बुता बु अखोई ने येंग बदा हायर मागी analysis sama tawraga my ingredient do harb chang manabra ado akhoi na lobu da su ko sa aham uchi khib do segregation ko tawri sa napi ka rikra de akhoi lok thoe yar bi makai almost physically observation da homogeneous oire har kan lokot pani
thank you am ngai jare kharchu technical su oi ba ado next ti koi ki department of environmental Manipur University ki ja rajuna my presentation
Learned the president of this session, distinguished delegates, the professors, all the faculty members and the experts. Actually, I invite Mutamda, I was reluctant because I didn't have much study on LOKTAK. Adubu, since I am brought up in near the bay of the LOKTAK Pansum Saurapuni, some young Magilapneva. Adana I am in Uchaga scientific base nate. It will be based on my personal view on the Dumba. Okay, now if you see LOKTAK, see everybody knows that it is very polluted. Pollution though maram se am yam gre ko. Adubu objecti LOKTAK se yeng matamda natural wetland mandre. It is just sort of what to say human manipulated lake. Boy, ana sources si maru oina anthropogenic boy anthropogenic ki sources dei tholok pani adai khoi gi ithai virus lak pas dei tholok pani. But since my study is on related to greenhouse gases, I would like to attract your attention on greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gas si maramda I thodo panjaro roy. The greenhouse hairako matamda wetland is very important because wetland is the storehouse of carbon. Carbon gi prithvi ki 10% se wetland lay. The wetland se global warming thola agadi sagal agadi ngasagi adu degrade tor agadi duda lay meba carbon singsi loina thadoroktana ngasagi greenhouse ki kaino se global warming haitra greenhouse effect se hengalakaduina. In 2010, when I was here in DM College, I got a project from the UGC. Major project ma tawjar mi madu methane emission from LOKTAK lake. Maduda I have measured the methane emission from the lake. Maru ina akoina zone ahum khaido ga. Masai ki lake ki periphery, degi kogi lake ki town area, lake ki feeder stream. Sina sing busing si aina methane onjar mi. The ulibo map this is the sampling site. Why methane is important? Methane is important oy maramdi kona global warming potential yengbu matamda carbon dioxide tagi methane sina 30 times hena magi global ki warming potential lai begini ado akoin on matamda now in the stream si akoi ki upstream downstream adagi lake ki portion to the yeng matamda lake ki portion sida di yamna wangde ayambana town area da la liba ngasai mafam sida methane gi kaino se yam wang ado seasonal wise yeng agadi moina kaino sida phagi monsoon natraga pre monsoon sida yamna methane se high oi maramdi methane emission si bacterial process ni methanogenesis high koina bacteria sina ngasai anaerobic condition da carbon singsi decompose to raga methane natraga reduced form da pagi hydrogen sulfide kumba ammonia kumba singo gas pen thador kurina asai gi microbial process temperature wangkhalagati masai process hengali ada asi utningi si we have studied there in the pagi ningthogonggi river da degi loina ubuding amdre moyrangi turel da nambol da sai utpani adubu magi emission si it is less than 300 milligrams per square meter per day. Smain like, ado si yengoraga di it is not quite high as well as quite low like that. Adoga lake ka compare to matam dadi ngasagi methane emission si ngasagi kaino si dana yam hen bahai tare. Pagi town area si da. Gas evolution su yengi methane si koina lake te ki thado pusi makhala ani hum root ani hum thong na thadoi aham da diffusion surface de ki paithor bahai tare. Adi evolution moina koi bubble loina tholokwa ma dena tragana koi plant ki kaino tissue ki through the koi thadokwa ma adi evolution si is one of the major root of what to say methane emission. Methane dana te koi greenhouse gas emissions. And also we have measured the greenhouse gases emission there in Kaibulamjau National Park. See the recently DST project ma tawjaramani adu ki result ne adada koina adada su adu left hand side to uriba diagram sina ko ki evolution on ba kulai ne adagi amana diffusive on bani amana matai thang masina ko ki phum dagi kayam thadok ken on bani adu isinga phum ga yeng namatam da phum dagi hena masai greenhouse gas ki thadok kui chang si yam heli ada ngasai adagi open water ga phum ga adagi kaino sing yeng namatam da phundi sina considerably higher nearly around 2 times higher high tide. This shows the special temporal variation of flux. Aduna koina methane je thadok puta special ju khene mapam angam phamuga methane thadok ki chang se manadi they temporarily koi season wise also there are lots of differences like that. This is for carbon dioxide and this is for nitrous oxide. Emission wise yenga di khwai de yam thadok pasina carbon dioxide ni quantity wise mathang da methane adung mathang da nitrous oxide. Nitrous oxide city in terms of microgram ki chang da thadok bai da. Evolution also has been studied. Masagi methane si 90% of the gas escaping through the bubbles only. Diffusive si yam de LOKTAK ta koina koi bisa pa matam da masagi bubble me tho idu madu tasena ha ki methane ngakta ni. Then another thing is that we have studied the oxidative potential of this methane. Methane jingsi wherever methane source is there are also some microbes which can consume the methane. Madu koina methanotropes haina kawi. Methanotropes jingsi top layer sida phum ki top layer se methanotropes ki kaino se population jang wangi aduna makhati thador be methane jingdo moi singsina chara matung they are converted into carbon dioxide. Aduna akoina yengjaba matamda ngasagi amana phagi aerobic condition da yengbani amna anaerobic da yengbani ani si methane gi thadokui chang si anaerobic tuna heli haibadi oxygen yawba matamda chamber gi manungda methane gi puthokui chang bu name because there is consumed by the microbes methanotropes singdona consume to buine kone logi dai ana greenhouse gas ki mitigation hairaga this very long what's the process. Lake conservation the tauribasing si greenhouse the loin kogi greenhouse control to buda kanagani samna kharap pallagadi akogi management si right from the origin of the stream deforestation thing ba jum degi pupui kal because all these generate some sort of nutrients me am sina su kogi nutrient enriched tawraga eutrophication tho lagadi nasagi methane emission ki process si yamna hengalali aduga koina alternatives yang matamda because deforestation tho isi alternate energy use hai tare kogi sing bagi muhutta top energy na silagadi masagi u kokgi changsi handaragadi then it can save up to some extent like that. Valley level the yang agati akogi potential source of carbon si turian si chelakku matamda carbon si origin de gidi yam amta yawra lagte when it passed through the town area sida carbon jingsi loini yausilakpani masi maru ina kogi sewer dagi municipal solid waste dagi aduna loading si tawr matung da sagi kano sing duna masi ki raw sewer gumba then also agriculture la what to say runoff ase thadu even nutrients thing ba lake ecosystem se dana khoi anthropogenic pressure se handana blang na ba asina jingba poching si khoi paikhat pa ya paikhat lagadi ase greenhouse gas ki emissions se handagani na khanjai asidagi di agi personal view ni masi loktak si khoi na sum yengjama tamda khoi na angang uringe dadi many peoples rely on loktak haikak si he aga moi maduda depend tor mi hojik te haikak si leitre haikak iti khoi gi traditional variety anauba exotic variety budi yam leire ada haikak si magi mangi bagi kano se ina sum yengjama tamda anthropogenic pressure hydrological regime change all these are there but sibu hena maru oi bide ina khanjabada masagi dredging tawgibido loktak ki khomum tawba siltation do dredging tawgibido da dredging taw matamda dredging tawbasida khogi loktak ki depth sisu handa lusin gre hena depth hengat khre adagi adu da natna ngasagi soil du da yawrami ba haigak ki magi maru sing du soloi mangi ba haita hojik su haigak chi hogdi howi adubu LDA gumba khogi organization singna nga loktak ta thadok tuna chahi khudingi invest tamno tawi admaina haigak chi su ai reseeding artificial regeneration tawragadi masemuk thabanga magadi loktak ki akoi bida leiriba praja sing si kana gadra haibisi ai gi sina ai personal view ni I don't have any scientific what to say study on this loktak sida khoina sum khan tajabada puruk saugi haiba mafam man lei puruk saubusi khogi senra de khar chalaga leiba khoi ithing sing sida kitang kilometer sahum jamdi chatho matung da leiba mafam ni puruk saubusi ma maming sinum haijare bubble si mayam thoga leptana tho leibani ado akoina analyze tawbusu ngamde maramdi hajiki mafam si laifam nen sangna de kina banina probably noxious oiba gas ma yorong gani adu lai oknargadi hingandi na sangna de nga su yam lai changna drabanina adu hajiki mafam si analyze tawraga khoina methane guma yam yauragadi this can be used for generating energy masi akoina atopa lamda khogi methane si pharaga sizinai se maru ina si khogi methane si hojiki si bubble in tholok pasi khoina trap tawdo bani ado atopa lamda tawrisana depth sem wang ba methane gi khogi methane si sing de yam tummo yate madi 1 ppm gum de hena yawde ado hajiki lake khogi africa gi lake to tawrisidi concentration se 20-30 hena wang ba masi khoina agitate tawraga methane se lawthoga moin mai sung da season bani ada puruk sogi simak su aidi methane gi kano si leiram godan khali ado khoina we need to analyze it methane hasi jo khoina geogenic haibelei biogenic asina microbes me am puthok mani geogenic asina manung da petroleum ga mari leina tholok pa kano sing duni masi su mari leina ba khogi authority sing na yeng silaningi another problem is about the athap hum number gi se hum number si aina atopa paper am ni yeng jarakone hum number si sometimes 2005 ade 2000 khogi 10 soida di 50% of the area is covered to ya hum number si aduki matik yam hai every house and household used to do it masi control to ba chang brain khanjai masi khoina regulation semba government ki regulation di leijai adu bo ki community level the regulation regulate to ba adagi zonation pi semba natar so khogi allocation policy ha batare khogi himachal da timber distribution policy guide lai koina sahi mari manga da khoi timber si mayum chana ba pi ba haita ana koina population based nataba akogi ngasagi phumgi atha phum to bu yare mafam sigi area do calculate toraga akoi bi tare bu yum jing sida mogi allocation pi ba aduga control toraga di masi masigi pressure si kara han thagadra ina ba su logjai adigi loss of migratory fishes siso agi personal view ni ado aya mana khoina sum literature yengjam matam dadi fish ki leather saba fish lip saba masisu ithai beresida togiba darkar oi bran khali khogi pengba gumba dinga ton gumba me mangsil isi to pham tong nabni na masigi initiative se lokhat piragadi masigi sisu khoina can be solved then Another issue is about Pumdi. Pumdi ki maramda the earlier experts has discussed. Pumdi is it beneficial or harmful? I bu hajar gadi Pumdi se lairam bagi LOKTAK se lairi bani. Pumdi is just like aina nakanda uchari bisi akogi floating island water purification. Masi German gumba lamdadi. Nata even Bangalore da parts yam masil lakoma da artificial islands yamaga parts purify tawaya. Na Pumdi se lairam bana. Akoi LOKTAK si document ko na siyang na laibang ameni Pumdi later gadi there's lots of problems will be there. Adagi asida Pumdi si kaya de maintain tawni ko na of course government na core zone, buffer zone, transitional zone mayam kaya do but if you go to LOKTAK it is not existing at all. Kaya mta tawde satellite imagery yang nga so masagi ang atha Pumdi do mapang pinong to pangani. Adana masigi core buffer zone transitional zone si masi am fazana enforce to bachang brai na khanjai aduga loina na ngasai stream sing de pure ba amot pasing si khoina sumthok se hairaga di phumgi ka ga phum si magi mouth swai da fazana arrange tawraga di I think that will help in cleaning the water quality masi so aina dum khanjai ko masi gi si khoina pak sana khar pang na thamaga dwaina to bu ya ga khanjai phum si tumdrbi maram se akogi isingi manungdadi anaerobic oiba biomass si khoina oxygen yaurodi yam thuna tumbang ami ado anaerobic oirgadi tumbada tapi aduna phumsi accumulate tawraga phumsi yam thorkuwa haide tumbang amda bai tare anaerobic oibanina ada masagi oza lal bihari jo haibire masagi khogi carbon credit ki matang se I beg to differ slightly from that as is man of environmental science ID masagi carbon credit ki kaino se ngondadi I didn't find much what to say attractive maramdi adu tawrugadi we have to increase the area under the phum si am ticklish wa maramdi LOKTAK tadi phum si koina ani si di tongmina bi yaro ya adu di ani si tawsha di if we can partition it voice partition tawraga amasi effect le hendragadi then may be helpful. With this thank you.
my dear kanumta khangjaoge akoi kenogi Pumdi focus loina ngasi set speaker Pumdi focus wiko Pumdi gi management structure da idea horen jasina da su target tong ngi Pumdi gi management structure scientific management structure na taba traditional knowledge ki matung ina fishermen na mache ka ga through contact channel da masana system am lerebe before any species intervene to ganda adu malaria duga point am tang na sai Pumdi training ni matang pan bibudo scientific study di khangja yam kan panjar ro duga physical assessment da Pumdi se pathari pathatri have ki best example di if anybody goes inside Kabilan National Park toya ga power ki marakta ID isana satpanina 1996 da aina nela ga sangmoi ngamba Pumdi ai wet beer to ngamba Pumdi do asi da ayam belaitre yam thunna Pumdi da within 2-3 seconds amadi amada jam taw dragadi jar sing tawe aduna maximum of sangai and hawk deer drowning je because of this process never Pumdi je wet se sangai gi wet pu ngam da lupthara ga kakhla pu ngam da aduna ai khoina ju thengna ba da maximum drowning cases ju puthara ga sing da tar kan da man Pumdi apa da chunga ga puthare na adu Pumdi ke no men da ma leksel ga kakhla pu ngam da aduni
Pumdi gi si training oi si of course oiramani akoina study tawjama tam da LOKTAK Kabilan National Park ki mafam ayam da yam thana phumji lei 1 meter 1.5 meter hen thana lei pa badi param gani aina haijari di sahi kuntha gi mamang dagi Pumdi se pasile adu hana param gani rate may be very small it needs to be scientifically investigate haijabani ado kaigum sahi kuntha se para gadi akoina alarming oi position param magadi ngasi leiram moroi ba adu khaptani ene Punjab se I am not claiming any I don't want to contest on this scientifically.
Thank you very much. And matang speaker the attention basanta scientist soil science Indian Council of Agricultural Research Napen part Manipur. Igi dum sagi timing do 15 to 20 minutes ki limit da unta
First of all, Honorable Vice Chancellor, DM University bu Pongno Nukurumjari, Amadi Nasigi learned dignitaries Miam, Kogi Mingwan Panjarabada, Kogi Dr. Praja Kumar Sir, Atopa, Kogi faculty Manipur University, Amadi NIT Manipur, Amadi College faculty, Amadi Satra Satri Singbo in the Pongno Nukurumjari. Asembadi, I have crop based Institute Agriculture, Indian Council of Agriculture Research Taki Oibana, LOKTAK, Siki Maramda, Eko Yam Hena, Hana di Chanjalude, Tawadabu, I have say Ekogi Manipur University, Professor Wazir Alam, environmentalist, Department of Environmental Science in the initiative ama torpadagi mahaki PhD scholar ani khak aigi lab ta work tawki maduda aisu associate tawbo horaki LOKTAK sida madudagi ai hangna as a project oina lawbodi nate adubu buji akoi Sir Raju na pangi bikiba yamna important oiba akoigi vermi composting si hanadi mayamna tawnare vermi composting se phumdi da koigi NIT ki sar na so one big rate, but Makosi Yamna attractive oiba product amadi thokte. Ado Masisi Kamaina enhanced the way Kataki Haina Ekogi quality labor, vermicompost, Putonabo, one of the Ayangna small trial. Just I started from November 2024. Today, how given Ado Ekogi Isan Binotana. Harakpadagi table say within 5 days the ICMaga Tawjabani Machi complete webanatri crop the try Tawdri Adubu Ekoya Hamba Mayamna Hadi Kataunadriba Mongamada in organic or in a Putona Bohanabani Mayam Masida Agidi Ayamana Kogi tabulation actor or in a Tauri was a preliminary Yamna initial stage the Labanina Mayam Masida Yang Minasi. Kogi LOKTAK si LOKTAK ke maram dai koi yamna hainingai leite haibadi me amna su engondagi hena khangba heraba ngaktani ayakti yam nauriba haibadi phil sida su yam nauna tajariba kogi worker mani aduna LOKTAK ta leiba koi phumdi se masi koi yamna haibadi thana leiraba amadi masi koina karigumba product amada ontho dragadi ekoi Tungda LOKTAK asi mangi bayaba amadi kogi machine sum yam khalakpadagi kogi resources atopa ngami sing amadi atopa kogi kanome ama sector me amada problem oirakani ana mamangda kogi worker kharana koina thengnajabada kogi about phumdi siga cattle manure siga 30 to 40% hapchalaga koina vermicompost on bayai Haina Masi Yam Pay Haidana 2014 da Ekoi study ma Yam na Pajaba study Maditore Masi IIT Guwahati or NIT Dagi Oibamale Masi Raju Haina Nupa Matore Masi Pumdi se Aina Sum Yang Mamatamda Hanadi Kogi Charugi Pumdi Siga Charugi vermicompost siga Ekogi Pumdi Siga Mani si compared to Matamda Charu sin hena quality labor homogeneous oiba product ama oina uba aduna aina kamai tawge habada masi project ama chu oiba nate aina satra kha thadoga koi khomhal lakanda charu si aina khomhal lakanda koi phumdi si khomhal lakanda masida aina koi gi thermocol box khara masida use torakanda koi azola se mangonda yawba nitrogen CN ratio se yang wange CN ratio, any composting tomatamda CN ratio say about 1:30 the thammo haibana. Shagi range da. Sidagi helagadi koi composting toba or vermicomposting toba koi hindrance amalay. Duga quality si phaba yogde. Aduna masida masibo koi na karamna henkal anjige biologically aina khanba matamda koi azola haise. Azola si masi Vietnam war da koi fertilizer lei taw matam da ezola sina koi na low da hapaga makoi ji survive torokibne without any fertilizer mangon da 4% nitrogen jawe santhi da 0.5 to 1% of nitrogen jawe aduga ekoi na hawe haina chanariba ekoi gi fare protein source ne haidana vegetarian chanariba koi gi kano se hawai jengmai se 20 to 25% protein jawe adu se yauriba nitrogen se koi na protein don torgati around 22% namu hai adoi targati masi koi na koi animal feed ta kari da me am sinermi je si magi nitrogen source protein source oil leramne ana masi aina hapchal laga koi gi phumdi si 2 kg lore magi fixed quantity da aduga ezola si gradually aini henkalan bane aduga kettle dangso dum hape hadi 1:3 da kari no hadi ezola si khaktanna koi gi CN ratio do 30 gi makhada 1:30 gi makhada puthaba ngamoida aduna adudagi outcome je koina 50-50 fixed number da hape aduga masida sidal koina phumdi se yamna paksanna ai mafam mayam dagi khumude just sendra dagi ai project so leibana tamnina aina just ai gi pamjabagi matungina amakak lawrubani aduga ezola sina aina koigi kano sida hana sarga ina interest kar leibagi ezola si tingaga sumna thermocol box sida cost am changdana thermocol box si amada lupa contrapi aduna masai sida ina different treatment si tawraga masigi treatment kano si yengjabani maduda ekoina masina koigi characteristic of koigi feedstock ni the phumdi gi carbon total carbon ne organic nate masi koigi sarlal behari ga aiga kitan khena bakhar leire masi koigi sampling du aigi kenosi oram da busai or masi TOC analyzer da yengbam changi sidi ai mafal da taroga sum yengman aduga masida aigi with time hadi 100 days ta koi winter oi banina summer da di masi vermi composting around 60 to 90 days ta loyeba adubu winter oi ba matam sida hoba 100 days ta koi loisan bangam me ba composting se about 4 months change 120 days se koi ge composting vermi composting se 120 days adum changane ba 120 days ta gi hena changane hai tar masi aina 100 days si kamain ta we hai tar gadi masida koi gi hot chamber koi gi kai hai tar poly house amagi manung da thamme aduda mapan da thamam basida tintrok sem ta chawram de ko adu aina poly house gi manung sida thamba matam da di within 5 days tintrok si loi noi ra ga lerame aduna sisu technology ama oina koina winter da kamaina enhance to gane haibagi engineering kanoma technology mu putok pe hoji phodi temperature regulation tawraga koigi vermi composting tawbase ai kya thengnadri haitar ado winter gi sisu ai try tawjagini aduna sina electrical conductivity with the time haitare 20 days ki interval da ini yeng matam da sum koigi hinkalak ba haitare magi kai no da magi biomass sum handrak toini na concentration wangkalak bane nutrient every nutrient se koi 20 dagi holga 100 days da loina concentration si hinkale kai no da magi biomass to carbon one ki ba samane habadi last ki koigi phumdi 2 kg phumdi adai kaudang se koigi 0.5 kg aduga 2 kg ezola se masi hapa matam da khwai dagi best treatment oil habadi magi quality se nitrogen percent se yengbio ekoigi chumnagi vermi compost amagi koigi Manipur da leiba standard se around 1.5 to 2 se kya hengande haitar quality se vermi compost every compost koina atopa nutrient di ma se volatile oidaba amadi fix oibanina ma se hanagi original jawbodo adum jawgone potash oigera phosphorus oigera degi magi feedstock to gi makha pole haidi moje whatever feedstock to jawbodo adum jawgone total torpa matam but nitrogen have city madi ammonification adegi koigi volatilize to ponina ma si phajan ba chine kwai maru si koine any compost any vermi compost ta koi na nitrogen se 0.5 jarama ba atai nutrient wang ga su koi na ma se koi consider good quality ne na low de CN ratio se chi 25 ki makha oiraga di koi yam kanai hai na koi na lowi aduga 25 ki 1:25 ki mathak chakhrga di koi immobilization koi na hapa matam da soil da hap matam da soil da native oina yaujar mi ba koi nitrate sing che ma bu amuk decompose tawna bu khona matam da carbon che magi decompose tawna khona matam da mana immobilize tawe aduna plant da kano taw phang da bai tar available oi da aduna masigi kano je 2.38 hai ba che yamna fair amount ne mangon da yaw se percentage se aduna ezola hapa matam sida koi good quality vermi compost phang banga me aduga phosphorus same thing every nutrient ekoina koigi T5 treatment je koigi ngasagi ai na jariba quantity do adu tawu matamda significantly increase tawe the pH and the ECD non significant oi calcium oigera magnesium oigera iron manganese copper zinc anda masida ina koigi biological oiba microbial activity mangonda count habitat bacterial colony forming unit fungi actinomyces loin yeng ma tamda hujiki number 5 su treatment sina khwaidagi phai aduga masina koi acid phosphatase dehydrogenase beta glucosidase sigi si koina any nutrient ama koigi plant sida koigi available ohen base makoi chi yam yauri ge phosphate jam phangba sumbo oibanina sigi parameter maneba si koigi earthworm study myam su yawe ai sida hapchadre number of earthworm marum kyam kokpa masing kyam hengkatpa magi weight kari krase hujiki ai na hapchaba ezola 2 kg hapo matam sida magi masing kokun macha kokpa kari ka loi hengkaleba ana aigi conclusion da lakchaduri bedi vermi composting efficiency of phumdi se koina ezola mediated ezola si yam line phangba koi side culture to bojum yaba manipur da phangiba ezola si ezola pinata habsini ezola makhal world da 7 kinds lei makhoi si manung da khwaidagi thuna santokpa khoi sidadi phangdaba haibagadi ezola caroliniana hainam le masina khwaidai phai aina di puraga thamme adubu mayam dadi yanthoktri haitar si tawraga afaba vermi compost humdi sibu on beaba amakak semjage haina aina plan tawjari adagi future research plan da huji 2014 da koi sarna swaibi giba huji phogda phumdi se koi yam phaba mangonda contaminants yaudeba haidi heavy metal singchi yawramde magi 2014 gi koi gi research da mangonda any compost tholopase masai sida koi gi lead kumba mercury sumbase amata below permissible limit haitar haidi within the permissible limit loi le adubu hujikti with advancement of time matungna hujik chahi 3 hengreba 1 decade ama hengre si matungda timely study tawbom su change aduna hantaki akoigi institute ki EFC da aigi atomic absorption spectrophotometer ngamdaba analysis singche masigi limitation si leitanaba ayangna koigi kano se ICP MS ko CCI propose tawjare within 2026 tagina 28 phung manung dadi koi acquire tawraga sarogi so plan tawbidi ado instrument si ama ya da matam da ama da le raga di koi interdependent oina gadabani huji everything DM University Manipur University sugumba analysis atomic absorption gi matang laga di ai nakta loi lak phangak tane ana huji sida loktak khumdi da vermi compost work taw kiba atopa me amasu mogi paper sing je adi micronutrients sing je aina loi taw gi mak tane aduna mase sarogi su pajana working da thambiyo haijaningi aigi su haidi research time je haibadi aigi da focus taw ngam da su mayam yawe but as a Manipuri I hangna mapanda research talk matamda akoida wagibato adugi students sing dugi awabado ai khangeba mating pangda su ngamda hai tare adagi constraint che koigi humdi khatang nataba ICP MS or OES to lai bataragadi water su yeng bayare ground water yeng bayare humdi biomass plant su adagi sediment si chu loi yeng bayare masi ai hak su field sida changuram nina khara dum work to gen khanjari aduga constraint se kaino hada sar na sa happy gi ba koi gi humdi se heterogeneous oibase si sina su koida haidi yamna hindrance ama pi magi keno se proper protocol keno se kari follow ta goda ba ham le adagi collection se LDA na ko khala thanam madu natraga di aina ko laga law ba se masigi keno sima yam awa bam oi do ba haitar aduna sigi keno si ju khanbi bam chang haitar ada atopa aspect di ko akoi gi si sina akoi wazir alam sarga aiga phongmin ga paper ani khak leire masi koi heavy metal high wani tawadabu sida min tawsidi any element which is more than 20 atomic number 20 sigi mathak ta leibasi heavy metal loi ko we hai neba aduna koi zinc iron calcium magnesium all those things si se koina heavy metal ching banina title da di heavy metal haiba manung da di hujiki asengba koina kinariba kano element sing sidi yaudriba do adugi damakta ayangna ICP MS propose to bune masi changjal rubanina ay haksu mayam gi matung in batare sa masi hajaraga ay question jage
thank you yani Youngজন Bureau next speaker
am tang hajaning ba ko kogi sir Lal Bihari da kogi masai carbon sequestration gi matang do masai ta kogi phumdi phumnami ba round si mogi circle sing se fix neba sahi mada ama ani manga tara hinkalambi ai adu moi sing sidang laura kanda atai du lam da bida moi sigi carbon sequestration potential sahi magi sisudum sar namtang wakto bion hajang oi sir
thank you next apogi DM University ki Department of Chemistry ki Dr. Birla Maibamna present to be
Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor W. Chan Babu, respected HOD Environmental Science Professor K.K. Manibhushan, respected experts, my dear colleagues, respected Director Sir, Director of Environment and Climate Change, Lengsen Biba Mipura Mapu Aham Makta Ecological Kramjari. Masiki one-day scientific discussion on reviving LOKTAK Lake Habisi Yam proper topic ama oire. Mamangda mamang bihiba experts in various views on LOKTAK, especially magi problem status karikaito we have seen yam highlight ore. Other maramodina aigi problems and explain to those karamakati easy or en lobzare. LOKTAK si yam challenging weba multi-dimensional of a problem nina akuna low bi hausi yam the critical state leire LOKTAK si amon hanagi phum da revive toba restore toba habisi masi otokta gi mong de leire haibtare aduna masi tipping point amade leire ecosystem si hausi poboda all around the world akoigi maroina wetland gumba water bodies gumba ecosystems restore tonobagi various efforts yam kana to biri experts in ko akoi su similar directions da sanction na bakana honajari aduga akoi na jik tawjari ba idea sida di maru oina hanagi experts na hybrid bagi ga khatang defer toroga maru oina nature based solutions ko how akoi ecosystems understand toroba ecologies understand toroga karmaina akoi gi loktak let say treatment no the changchalak baya bagi maru oina intervention technological intervention the focus to janingi loina loktak si am chaw system ni lab scale de hek to ba experiment puna mak land la ko de fail oi basi hena aina khaida gasu mayam na khangnar bo homni aduna yam chaw loktak kumba system amasi karmaina treatment to dino in situ treatment to baya bra na tagra kam mong to baya have see a big $1 million question habita yam lubu question ne loina wetlands loktak ta atuba manipur gi wetlands atai sing sisu yamna serious over conditions se leire aji mamang da haibi khiba experts na various madui causes ko water pollution ji increase or bagi various threats ke causes mayam ju explain to week re akoina changsal gi ba mong si di maroina nature based solutions sing ni maram di keno haita ai sama chemistry di work to jabani chemical treatment mayam am to bai sembe ai to bai thakpun thak number ising gumba technology ni di amna masi well mature technology ni but chawgraba lake ama natraga ecosystem of the sumba kogi processing je fail oena experts in habi ba am leire adong asi aina propose of the idea si experts in su I opinion logzeningi manti basi whether it's going to be really feasible or not ko I am critical of commenting su I logzeningi haitare masigi system si akoy hojik kanna chatajari asi amrom da haragadi kitang initial stage de lei but I logical arguments in see mayam yaning brown view aduga akoi sida kanna sanjari haita mayam su heavy cray expert mayam heavy cray loktak is full of problems see water pollution uncontrolled growth from these habitat loss lere anthropogenic activities mayam lere livelihood ki pressure am jule socio-economic problem ba multi-dimensional problem ni loktak se ado akin ngasi address to just di maru ina water pollution why water pollution jina karma mong da loktak si threaten to no loktak si water pollution ji khuna check to hudraba entire khoi Manipur valley da state check to hudragati loktak si da yam direct threat ama lakani habisi khoi anticipate to jare aduna masigi water pollution ji somehow from different sources from the point of origin masagi leriba pollution to hom jaga sing da hana intervene to hoba loktak ka tasirgati is like opening the Pandora box problem gi makon da sangraga when the tea bagi puram la neva aduna masije kogi maruba idea di keno hadi hana point of origin da intervene to hoba maduna madu khara chumba step am oigani na pan khanjai hojik masigi agenda da yaw bi khriba koi meeting sigi agenda da yaw busi from these ways or the trade or the resources the experts in the different masigi views and pros and cons mayama to bikre uchering pictures the loktak si amana natural system leba amana kotho matung de leba system ani maksini ko natural system the akoina maji wetland de leba na maram oidina maji carbon sink oina when treat to jabani but somehow my uncontrolled growth because of like akogi dissolved nutrients in water the present or dissolved nutrients that drive to roga maji uncontrolled growth ama lai have expert me am haibire so masigi quick fixed method haibitare government ki side ko thoga to hona basi adu mayam ubire paisa yam sangba yam problematic oiba unsustainable oiba ngasai gi practice am khang ne mase ko thoba matung da di ngasai carbon sink to carbon source oi khale ma maram di hanal trap to riba carbon gi gi poaching ji loimak air expose to khale amram da haragadi masi ji koi je are we really climate change environment ki sustainability ki work to bra haibisi ju yam chaw question dilemma am laksal e aduna masigum ba poaching si karmaina koi fight back to gani koi experts sing sina koi oza lal bihari su adi oza keno su haibi kre oza experts sing haibi kre maji carbon gi am gold mine in haibi kre maji carbon gi useful product on to ga to ba bi poaching ju it's a very interesting idea masi ju koi section phai na khanjai ko aduga ai khoina jik sanction jaga possibly ngasagi ai technology khara work to jari aham haijage nanaba generator constructed wetlands duka ahum subase koina maruina work to hojik masigi discussion is mari len to work to zabasi fumdi based floating treatment wetland systems masi ojara ajuna ju slide khara da kogi floating treatment wetland systems ji khara dum highlight to bigre the floating treatment wetland system sigi inspiration ji kamai lak pano what is relation to the fumdi ko masi ko kita khangmam changi ko indigenous knowledge khara ko explore to pa ba haiba tare hana leiriba ko indigenous knowledge sida because community acceptance kaima project am implement to gena ji loktak sabi batara gadi two stiff resistance ko am chaw problem resistance ni yagada yarodra adi community de benefit oidra many questions ko aduna ngasai gi akoina ji pamjari je community de leiriba already hana le mo indigenous knowledge si siznaraga kamai to tana masi system ji da ko work to bya ba ado loina na sai community sibu masai gi akoina feedback in terms of socio economic benefits ta changsin na bagi idea da changsin jarak bani fumdi based floating treatment wetland system ji masi gi floating treatment wetland system ji masi anong na te ko I don't want to claim it's new ko masi hana le system ni different cities da magi different adaptations sam le but what is unique in our system is fumdi has a more naturally hana floating system amna lejera bane ba masi gi magi ecosystem service mayam lei hogi water purification da habitat ki hogi leiriba jiba terrestrial habitats provide tauba agi loi na ngasai gi hogi nga mayam na leibagi magi jaga sing piba ko set area mayam piba magi ecosystem service mayam lei but one very interesting thing is like fumdi is a natural waste water recycler ne masi khoi mayam na khangin biba phai ko aduga magi paper mayam lei masi kai phoba question na bi but among the haragadi fumdi is a response natural response to the lake ecosystem the threatening position natural ecosystem response ne masi akoina lakes na macha masana masabu kanjana bai damakta pambayam thiba matamda fumdi ji taba wane ba fumdi ji akoina yamna uncontrolled growth lai ji live nutrients ji uncontrolled way the lak pane ba neighboring farms in the mamagi expression high neighboring farms in the fish farm lai ba adi agricultural land lai ba ko moi mayam jina uncontrolled ba unsustainable mong da hogi maruina hogi fertilizers sinaba then fish feed ko fish farms in sinaba sugum bazing sinanga sai nitrogen and phosphorus ki waste adugi batik lakhre hogi papers to mayam lai ko aduna masi ji kamai to ga kanda masi hoi fumdi se hena chau thok na marama mo khale ha but the good side is other side of the coin haitare atoba make in the yeng bataraga di mana to isi kaino haitare nutrients hena process to hona jaban haitare so this idea is we see idea we the lokhot charaga we floating treatment wetland system ji we masi idea we kitang next different we next step of the move to no ba we kitang bioengineering as well as like we ecosystem engineering to system ji design to jabani aduna we principle of circularity we idea ji yam samna haibada we waste khara leire adu eliminate pollution khara thoe masi we remove to pa me aduga nature in the process regenerate to pa me and regenerate to was the su ke doge ha kanda madhegi by product of this particular process masi we society benefit piwa in terms of product ko we si pamje hai tare adu akoi system sida masi gi 3 key principles na akoi keno orga yumpham oiraga akoina masi gi pochi kamaina push to jige haibedu gi idea duni ko work to jari se aduna floating type wetland system ji kitang khamina gi hana masi kamain to no ko fumdi lag together magi function is mayam le it itself is an ecosystem have various functions le what is interesting is the kind of hakanda masagi magi hogi nutrient recycling especially in terms of nitrogen phosphorus COD BOD gi changes mayam se akoina masi se system the in situ manipulate to ba gi room sil le ba aduna masi gi idea si akoina sinaba pamba but of course it's dependent on many factors masagi how riba pambi sing kam pambi sing je ko optimize to godam no kan system that use to kanda kamai to na we see ko control to high velocity is an issue ko adubu masigi features hi akoina in situ treatment to bayani haidi ka gino haitadi pumdi masamak se hana already ko loktak ki sing the layer system ne now how to modify this fumdi to our advantage sinigo yam muru question diko aduna akoina to pochi kamai to geda we are coming up with this fumdi based floating treatment system these are illustration niko different set of design kha to jare design sing je koi hojik koi manual lam koi department of environment and climate change na upcoming prediction the fumbi ni na ya bi re koi shan moi je aduga idea di kaino haitara gadi fumdi ji akoina sinaba ko as a floating treatment wetland system from this sinaba adu magi hoina different layers se hoi create tawraga different masagi hoina path ta thengnari ba hoi for example loktak ta thengnari ba magi problems ji address tawna bana hoi multi layer ba hoi system ko hoina semjari si system je hoji hoina waitok phumno path as a trial hoina ko acho loktak ta hoi ku thadringai da khara hana ma tawna bana hoji hoji kana sem sadana leiri aduga masi je most likely handaki monsoon lor patati masi hoina work tawragani khali hoi kana process ta lei ko so idea here is akhoi system je yam sustainable material da use to no hona ba hojiki growth of from these hoina ngai ba matam se from the organic waste by ising the tower matung digi some seedling tower ko some chilak from it is a very long continuous process ko from these yam koi bari aseng na haraga di masi heta ngasi henga to ba mateba but the rate at which our loktak resi degrade to is ga growth from these hoi ngai ba si yam ga haitare yamna time lag si yam leire haitare aduna yamna thugada mong da intervention ko darkar oire ba the whole timeline haitare ko loktak si degrade to sila ko sijila ko matam siga akoina intervene to do siga technology thi di humini ko ni enter ga matam si loi mangi dore ha ba ko aduna akoi idea di kaino haitare ga di maji koina ngamba khara ji kaino hana tawjabagi idea do ni da tawisi ko aduga layers si muni bi da 14 treatment wetland system ji atopa system ji gam yamna manadabni nandi yeng bio sida biomass yauri native plants ko root zone khaidokpa adi 14 system ji biofilm ji koina produce to bagi system ji yam different oi bani ko atopa hana 14 treatment system kha khena bani adigi di akoi hojik simak se aina public discourse to the mandi kena si se ko kitang study kitang to jani hai tar ko I don't want to overclaim kaisi percent to phare hai banati ko ada akoi ki target se maruina nitrogen cam chang pa phosphorus cam chang akoi target removal si koi calculation kha to jari adigi akoi ki leriwa ji fundi 14 treatment wetland system ji ki koi design ma to jare to jaraga ngasi per gram ko per day removal efficiency je respect to our typical influence sanga iba waste mayam ji milligram cal sang pi pono wa target concentration ji kya no hai ji koi cc target se achieve to ya na koi ji kana honori aduga loina na siki pochi koi feel the actually ko koi na khangja ba ji ga feel actually phangmang ang badra hai ba ji yet to be seen ni aduga koi ki maruina one component of this particular system ji kai no hai tar ga di koi plant species se ko hana lermi ba natural hoi water bodies especially maruina loktak lermi je aji hoi experts in invasive plants ma'am han changjalak ko maruina napier grass adigi African grass ka am lei ko buffalo grass ka moiji somehow Manipur introduced to for various reasons changjala ka na gamai they became more invasive aduna gamai to ga atogi traditional native plants je mon over donate toksilak pi podama la e aduna ga doge ha kanda moiji yam sathina ga itare akhoi bio waste biomass waste puthorpa adugi poaching se akoina kamai to ya kanda leiba phumdi sing sum ko thoga sum cheng to mota our idea is to replace the invasive plants through the native plants in this particular system ko aduga sida akoina picture se decision matrix di kamaina pambi ji khanga do no kam ba khanga do sidi aya ba mapan gi leiba system do ni ko Manipur gi ba plants khara dum mention to jage Sigi Manipur gi plants sing si akoina hajiki haiba floating wetland system sida akoina introduce to pame maruina ga ga khoi Manipur hojari batau kolami pan yendem singju pan ko lafurit kona sum si economic value yam leiba po ngaktne mandi akhoi gi hojik loktak kan ba wetland kan ba si community participation yaudri funga moe kana community participation yaw ba haibisi kaino haita gari masigi leiba particular khoi wetland system that lake si community the benefit pi ga da bane haji akoina loktak si mayam overfishing to kai ji because socio economic pressure duna maram moiduna manga ya phadia de munungi problem leibani ko aduna haji akoina khanjari basi kaino haita di local native gi planting wetland planting si masi si akoina introduce to wi ba hana leiba ngasai gi hoi gi invasive web si lokthon ba in due course of time tam replace to hon bako one quick fix solution di leite mandi loktak is jam complex of system ina ko aduna akoi gi zik Manipur phangi ba maroina edible plants ogera aquatic plants ogera adigi koi gi kauna gom ba yam paisa yam na thokpa ya ba plants sing ji tawraga na moi gi alternative source of income je pi ta ga di masi management as well as ngasai gi conservation da koi na ngasai gi keno to ni haitar help to ni haitar ko ada sigi system sini ko najik kana work to rise magi advantage khara lei maram di maji ecological adaptability and resilience lei because ma fumdi based design ni adi ma koi local and biodegradable materials embassy nei my cultural engagement ogi maruina community engagement ji yam gani because already ma social acceptance hana lei ba poni adigi di because maji fumdi based on habitat creation biodiversity support tum phangani cost effective way when easy deployment idea is can decentralize wastewater treatment in Manipur yam leite ba we centralize government amani sari ko but it's costing a lot of money aduga masigi poche kamai to ga kanda hogi amor pa singje one jaga da lau habi ya ba nate ba different sources te lag money ko aduna hogi idea kamai da am decentralize oiba hogi wastewater treatment system ama kun device to ba at a very low cost ko adu community level da kun isam jamba training masam sa pi daga no eta saro no eta tawro operate tawro ko hogi ngasai gi government involvement yam yauk da bita like in terms of NGO or self help group daga pitfo ya ba mu to no na ba aduga this system should also be a sustainable food production system ko me chana ba hogi food security amadi lei ne issue lei ko adu hoi balance da mayam na increasing pressure no no ila ai ken haita di moise hogi food production system on kang ne ba hoi chana ba gi hingna ba gi maram oi bina masigi system jing je adu ba gi pochi da on thona ba khona ba aduga ai haijabuni integrated hoi han lei ba wastewater treatment system da masi integrated option ba hena ko adu hena sustainable oi mong da ke haita le khoi sanction ba ya gani na khali I acknowledgement of jage apoi sigi work si Department of Environment and Climate Change government Manipur na support to bi bani apoi director Sarju si lady ado department officials sing na apoi bo yam support to bi na apoi I want to thank them ko adigi Manipur University ki experts yauri collaborating institutes ka ko apoi vice chancellor and registrar for DMU for supporting the MOU by to from part of project ma government of Manipur Department of Environment and Climate Change na lead role lo bi daga ko sigi makha to jabani sigi pochini apoi na share to jani je gopuna makpu thank you ai to tawi
thank you da belangang mo khor waram mani
kha thanks le
ore na mo mayang reaction da mo khar kumbiro last speaker se last and youngest speaker Rajib se hana kanoda khigi Bhubaneswar gi kit university da yang queen le rabani hojina Manipur da Manipur Technical Innovation Hub the later. The marquee presentation, Ma'am Tabiras.
Ahamba Maktada Sir Chan Babu, Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, Sir Professor Director Climate and Environment Change, I esteemed colleagues, I want the senior, I want the high level jury member, ma'am. My dear friends, students and friends, although I do Masai town Kenona, Highway Matungina, Samana. LOKTAK matang the samana wang have to get a samana laksabani. So title the ma'am the Fumdi that the Luangnare. So I'll be touching on Fumdis, but Fumdi lacking is that there are lots of opportunities called Satraju Mamari Research College Mamari Fumdi is the way of a Tabak Mamlady. I'm standing in front of you for what I have done for the LOKTAK. Like I see ma'am among the Lepaga Wanga Bangamije. I know LOKTAK Sida Karigum I get PhD postdoc Tok Mureva. Aduduna ma'am na sakang bibaitare ne aduduna without wasting much of the time from ecology to innovation hoi ma'am je ngasai degi LOKTAK kan ba khotpa ma'am hainare ko so hujik se thabam to ba haiba matam da paisa changi ko adu paisa chang ba je kai gumba if you are coming up with some innovation if society is going to be benefited society the kana bo oiragadi governments are ready to help and support hoi paisa yam ba pipadu that is a different story aduduna from ecology to innovation, scientific opportunities in the LOKTAK Lake. LOKTAK Lake is the way I guess in this is my brief professional journey. Although I know professional journey happy I am high recall and hapsabanate, but I know for the last 2011 I know LOKTAK see the work of including my PhD and the postdoc. See the project ma'am in the national international grant Society for Wetland Scientists. Si je chhatra faculty ma'am na dum tha ba ya bang moina aija anirak funding support tawgre loktak ki work tawbada adude amana Ocean Park Conservation Foundation na moi Hong Kong based organization ne moina mo Kaibulamjau National Park ki aina sangai gi da work tawbada support tawbigre IGLR International Association for Great Lake Research na moina mo international travel grant am pigre UCRI DSC je koi mamang da covid tawbada India dina Department of Science and Technology UK dina UCRI taraga khoi gi early research career cycle faculty ma'am ji ki khoi gi cross collaboration water for all na sigi je tawbone physical tawgadam ne du covid lagi na khoi ji samaina hybrid motor tamaina tawraga sigi je tawne du ai hujik loktak se ai hujik som the innovation gi the work tawraga jo I have some collaboration in UK a university ahumga collaboratory University of Nottingham, University of Portsmouth and British Geological Survey ado akhoi mamang da hujik loktak da deep study im tawri akhoi hujik ado hujik se irang lai de gi khatang di kaino taw yaithui ado mathang nak chere CDI skip tok jarage mayam na hobodagi loi hare ado population je loktak tang asai gi major issues and problem lai je population gi ju role am chawe sigi je census data 2001 ga 2011 ga ne hujik gi factory adu duna ngasai gi population je sum hengala pa haitare ne loktak ta leiba mi masing je sum population hengala pa Manipur da ngasai gi thabak churaga ngasai gi yum je livelihood se lerak tam ni na loktak ta ding ngasai gi natural resources sing je mam leiba ni na mi jing je tawong khang dam ni na loktak si da sangaga adu gi resources sing do ba kaitare lauraga adu da gi moi je livelihood tan badun ado sigi jina mu loktak manung gi ni ga ithing thanga karang manung da population kam lagi do ado si je chamanai 2001 ga 2011 ga ni ado population je dum thanga gum ithing gum da de nupi ni hele na according to the census dum yawi go ado si atlas of loktak akhoi gi LDN na form ba map to the gi ni na form jari je mayam loi khangi aina PhD horam dai ji da ai kai to bai to makta loktak su story no je ai mayam thai jar ke ai ji PhD Bharti Dasan da tawe Trichy Tamil Nadu da ne ado Tamil Nadu da dum PhD to we ai PhD je ado aina kai gumba Tamil Nadu da PhD to ga di kanab do moi gi win kan hau ne ado ai je yum ju yam thongning bai tare ne ado di aina loktak lek si da taw ga di yum da thokpa phangne na loktak se taw gi bani ado loktak lek si da taw ba ji da kamain taw ge ji da aina sum literature je search of how ba ji da lots of issues and problem never ithai beres ki ko adu da gi from the proliferation adu da gi socio-economic conditions adu da gi pesticide season na re there are lots of issues and problem ado ai gi PhD do ai ngamna ba khra di topic ti tawi I'll just share you some of the important things ngasai ai gi mamang da speaker ma'am na jungang bi gre from the matang da so loktak le ki kwai da gi li ra ba Lancet image sai ta ne satellite image Lancet ki ni ko 1977 gi ne ado sigi jai publication oina laibani go ma'am na interest le ga de ado aina 2015 gi jina khoi gi IRS Indian remote sensing gi satellite ki image tawraga land use manga khatang tawe ai gi interest da aham badana open water bodies ma'am loi tongna gre second dana khoi gi agricultural area loktak manung ji da kana na agriculture tawge je third china khoi gi from this with thick proliferation from the yam tha nga sai gi town Salam Rajesh naga happy riba min net padaga kasutok de do adu from the within proliferation aduga yellow jina settlement area ni go adu 1977 dagina 2015 jida land use cam change oge de ngasai gi highlight toriba part ni go adu tuna ngasai gi 1977 dina 2015 jida minus chali je from the area je khatane ba atai DMBU ne open water bodies su hengala kani agricultural area ju hengala kani settlement su loi hengale ba adu ngasai gi from the ji kai doge da ngasai gi thick from the as well as thin from the ji handare ba kai gi no hakan da ngasai gi ngasai ma'am na su panbi gre khoi gi Loktak Development Organization na France gi funding loktharaga khoi government of Manipur na ngasai gi central part of the Loktak to adu da gi from the lokthoga ngasai gi water bodies open water bodies to enhance ong na bagi damakta adu gi kaino adu makha da jai ijare go ai sigi publication do adu matam jam pi dam ni na ai khatang thujan jarage ado ngasai phumdi gi matang da yam ngang na re sir ma'am na jai bi re ado this is the life cycle of a phumdi ko winter da di ma ji kai do wi sing tawni sing tawra kai do makha da gi lebak ma'am do nutrient ma'am do absorb tawra ma je regenerate to kan da growing to kan da ngasai gi nongju pantha khoi gi monsoon season da di ma je flow to kan ba adu tuna ngasai gi ithai bere se ma'am he khro pa high grade ithai bere is one of the issues for all these problems we are facing in Loktak le adu tuna इथाइबेरेस लाइट्रिंग जदी कई तौगे दा फुमदी जे मागी ngasagi lin season hai gadra winter season da ma je makha de nutrient hoina lawe ba adubo ngasagi इथाइबेरेस से साब de ke tauge kan ma je makha da kumdhar ga magi nutrient je collect to je sumphang bangre ba adu phangram na ke tauge da magi ngasagi thickness se sum handara pai wani go handara amna ke tore ngasagi tonra je na hari ba khogi mi net pa ogera sangai net pa to ogera khale ga de sigi mogi weight che tolerate to bang moi hai je sigi jodom publication ai dum hapcharam ni go detail sing je adu da hujikta jo ai gi colleague amna nature based solution da hai ga adu da ngasagi aina kamai to ge da pojong matam ji da ngasagi land use CNC am tawre loktak sida population am hengale mai variation am tawre adu di kai da we age da ngasagi microbial hai je akoi gi mahik se akoi na di mioy na di mahik se phajana di khanbi da ba but they are playing a major role mahik sing jina kari loktak sida kari kari help to ge do adu do gi study mai na taw jabane adu da sigi ai sampling location manga lawe sampling location manga je adu nganda paisa je khatang wang ba analysis se adu da engon da ju funding jam lai ta adu da aina ham balo je chendram lawre kaibulam jam lawre thanga karang am lawre ithing am lawre adu ga ningthau khong ge outflow mafam ji da amaga lawbane ba mai microbial biodiversity hotspot je cam lai ge jing na ba adu ngasai hare loktak manung ji da di ke tawre mayam ji ising je loina thai ko adu da water quality index na akhoi scale am lai mi ji na ising je thakpa je yabra da bra je adu sigi chendra thanga kaibulam jaw national park ningthau khong ithai je yengan ising je amtadi thakpa ya deba is not sweet for human consumption but ising je ngasagi moida alternative ti leitam na kai doge da ising je phutpani khangde ado ojang nga sai ma haibi do fizigri hapaga water je boil tawraga tamaina adum season abni ko adu duna ngasagi ising gi quality ji ga microbial diversity ji ga yam relation lai ko ado through metagenomics approach metagenomics se hujik sida opportunity am lai ko even students they can do metagenomics ta koina tawri ji kamain toge da ngasagi bacteria je isolate to the direct my sample je ma gi role je kai tauge je yeng thopoi wani go adu da post monsoon ga winter ga ina season ani lawe season ani lawraga what are the 10 domain species akoi gi bacteria da khwai de gi yauri ba domain kaino ma'am je ma gi kai hatare family ma'am je kana kana no ni yeng thopone ba do probacteria acidobacteria actinobacteria moi mayam ma yawi ko ado moi na kari kari role toge du di mathangi strike yeng ji ko adu da akoina kamain toge da co-occurrence microbial network na matawe sigi je ngasagi magi blue the squad ya origina khoi physiochemical parameters hai tarane ising gi parameters ngasagi temperature bo haigera pH bo haigera chlorine nitrate ma'am do adu du ngasagi bacteria gi loktak ta leiba phumdi da leiba ngasagi bacteria ngasagi diversity ma'am ji ga kamaina correlate toge to tobone ko the green and the red edges represent positive correlation and the negative correlation kaigumba majina green hoegadi maje positive correlation ni kaigumba red hoegadi negative correlation ne sigi map sida sigi na monsoon gi ni go for example magnesium je khwai chauri je magnesium je ne ba ko ado mathang sigi same condition je winter da lapra laktabra yeng je ba ko winter da di mo variation tawe ba ngasagi magi microbial density magi population je adu na aina sida haijaning idi kamai toge ngasagi loktak ta leiba microbial diversity ma'am je magi ngasagi water quality hai tarena water quality du gi matungina magi ngasagi magi variation je heleba aduga sigi matung ta padam muk kamai toge akoina heat map na ma generate taweba akoi mayam na ding ngasagi akoina singdokpa akoina kanba na ma'am hari dana loktak je mahik singna jo moigi ngasagi loktak sida loktak se hengatna ba phana ba na moina dum tokje ba sigi heat map sida yauri ba songi right side sida yauri ma'am je these are the different functions ko ngasagi mahik sing jina degrade tawri to ne even they are degrading some of the pesticides ko pesticides po moi degrade tawe ba harmful chemicals ngasagi ising de yauri ba phumdi de yauri ba ma'am do ngasagi bacteria microbes sing jina moina degrade tawe adu bo ngasagi akoi di kai doge ha kan ngasagi human gi ngasagi phattaba patauti je hengala paneng asagi mahik manai jina pura totality adu do ngam da bai wan ko adu da akoina observe OTU sai je operational taxonomic unit hai ko akoi si je taxonomy ga khatang di relate tawe adu da bacteria jing je magi ngasagi winter ga magi rainy season ga je kamaina tawge yang kan da adum sigi per sample je dum yeng bi ko location jing je adum variation je dum taw bane ba ko ngasai ge monsoon da yam diverse wer baduna winter da leita ba winter da yam yamam da duna monsoon da maina leibani ko atu duna Sigi Zina Quiki meta transcriptomics at Dunico, gene profiling a dog. Nasaki, Mahiksi the Yaw River, Mahixing the Moy Jin Zinaka Geze. I do quite for the hypothetical protein Namayawe Maze, quite a yamba proteins, the hypothetical protein, those proteins, Magi function the Kang River Cambra, Magi annotation the Kang about. There is a lots of opportunity. Faculty member, Magi students, ma'am, do sige. LOKTAK the hypothetical protein, ma'am, the curry function of Gazi city dopoda. We can produce more than 50 PhD scholars for Topong Yaneva. Aduga sige PhD scholars, ma'am, the Putopomatam, the LOKTAK the microbe, ma'am, Zina, Tauriba roll, the Kangamatam, the lots of new compounds can be generated. Aduga sige study towing is that I want the Yamnunga, I know some papers and can come together. Nature Review Microbiology na may na paper ama phone sige papers na kay hakeda keystone texels are drivers for microbiome structures and function akoi ki keystone species adi khangamani ka akoi ki kaibulam jaw ha ga di sangai aduga akoi ki kaziranga ha ga di akoi ki rhino na akoi chamaina kaino tori ado sige na mo keystone texel ha je ngasai ki sidana mo microbial biodiversity oiba ado ma je dominant oram dabe but he or she is playing a major role neba tu ki mafam tu aduda sigi papers in a high is a combined together sigi keystone texasing ja see the computational inference is na ko ki bioinformatics approach tawraga ngasai ki nucleotide sequencing do tawraga compare tawa makhagi empirical evidence is na ko ki lab ta tawraga all the proof and validate taw do neba sigi these are the keystone texas neba for example grassland haga di barco holdels see the p river ma'am jiniko adu what is very surprising to me see ma'am se combined together Moina see the P river table ma'am except I know Nasaki rain highlight out river not the ma'am LOKTAK the loina fungi sigi micro sigi keystone Texas for example aquatic ecosystem ko adu the philosphere human oral microbes a quick gut the galega microbes LOKTAK like the labor so I know see the hanging it Nasaki keystone Texas grassland the sea like damni adu the wetland the sea like damni forest the sea like damni sigi keystone Texas ma'am LOKTAK the pun labor moje concentrate roga adu ngasai khara yaw da yawrami je asi di aina sample taw do ai sample size pm bai oram ba kai ba ai sample size chaw magadi sida hari ba ma'am asi ju lo yawram bai ai sine ba aina ma'am da share tong adu duna environmental science with the support of the vice chancellor sir if the students can carry forward this research area is going to be a boon for the scientific community and for the conservation of the LOKTAK lake. Ado sigi aina ngasai de hari ma'am do sigi current genomics the bacterial operation taxonomic unit samain tawraga paper je samaina publication phongjal rega ado ngasai je ising aina phatti hai ko ma'am je LOKTAK lake ta lari ising ma'am je phatti na la hai ko ado phatraga di kai do ba ge na iji yenge ado dagi mamang de LD na amba aina PhD or pamatam ji da moina notice ama thome moi ki website sida nga pha ba ji da pesticide season arena adu ki pesticides ki Manipur da LOKTAK lake ta khwai de amba pesticides report to je aina di oram gani ko adu de ki pesticides yam wange water quality ji ju yam phatre LOKTAK ta lai ba mi je long term da di phibam jam suone adu di kai do ya gen yang kan da ina sigi zebra fish ma je model organism ne ba human ke zebra fish ke je more than 70% of the human genome same ko hoi mana nga oi japan ado maga khoi ke genetic makeup se loina manai ba adu ki genetic makeup to manarna LOKTAK lake ki ising ji ma je treat tawraga magi developmental je kamaina phenotypic change se tawge tawni ko si je 12 phenotypic characters ni ko phenotypic ga di external features ma'am haitare ne ko ram di si manung tawge ha ga di pesam changba magi heartbeat pericardial edema pigmentation ma on the toiba kholiba ma'am to ado sigi je asing bagi 72 hours ma je has to badagi male female to matching tawraga ma je embryo on badagi 72 hours the normal amana samaina flow samaina develop to godam neba sigi on the right side je asi abnormal neba mai mabuk manung da akoi gi pericardium na ising fluid accumulate tawri je adu dana ma je ngasai gi asi je chaw bungam dreba adu dana sigi je kamain to ge da sigi je koina ai gi asing mati PhD je nambol LOKTAK ki sample mangane nambul dagi location home nambol de location home adu na ngasai gi river ani jina ngasai gi LOKTAK lake sida ke am phataba pudhara ke ju yang ba adu dagi ngasai gi magi ithai beres ka sigi ningthokong gi sida ke am phatab ji je thoki ke ji yang ba outflow je kam change kam thoki ke adu sigi mayam jing pada si unpublished data ni ko mortality ga kaino ga je sigi site 2 je lang thabal ne ba Imphal nambul to range na Langthawal Yaukanda 5 kilometers downstream of Imphal Imphal city Jatpa Matamda Masaki Ishing Jam Pibam showcase the Masaki Jabber fish ma'am fully developed of Wamtangam Deva. I don't know Nasaki Sigi Sam Ishing Jina Loktak Lector Yogomatam the day Nasaki Taiba Mimando. See the quick biological accumulation token high accumulate over quantity to pick panina mount all of a sudden the Ulam the Bay, I do a long term consumption of water the Torokan the missing Lena Tina Mamna Kanevako. I do not latest update about the Loktak Lake Sikaman together AJ Sigi Heck Irang Lactring is the April I think then 25 April 2023 the I collaborator UK the gay as I high budging doctor which is Loktak the Moina Lepisapu opening my role is just to help and support some minor cannot open it. I do Toroga Sigi a queen right side Kiz Tom Salamra is Kambiram Gane Nambul to range in the Loktak the Tabagi Konangi Hobodoneva, who's in number 2 in the Loktak the Tariji, Magi original Mafam than a Trevor, LDN Amat of Toga, Aduki Kanodo. Aduki simple ma'am, the Lauraga, Quinangasaki, Loktak for the last 50 years, Itapere Sidas half the sediment putoraga depository ma'am, the Sigi core, the Lauraga 1 centimeter height and a millimeter the Kaga Kari carbon dating it, Aduki analysis ma'am, the Tobanigo. Aduduna, this moist Sigis. Kenodola Amagai collaborated to Namogi University of Nongtigam game Mogi website to the Samana about the Loktak Lake says Samana Mana E Bahita and Magi information ma'am the call. Although this is how I started the collaboration and this is acknowledgement Haita and Agi who's book the study to give the ma'am the support of the Pomayam Aduga Pujipukta Ines Mayam among the Toga Samana Loktaki Matang the Ngambang Malaysia, my ma'am the support of your Penigo. So thank you very much. These are some of the awards and certifications which I received from the government of Manipur and also from outside the country. So with this, thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, thank you. Rajeev, there is how I can tell I say Kang Muniko. No, Loktaki water system study the water there. About Natava underwater study the water, phytoplankton population there. Study the way over decline to Brad Tobra.
Tom, Aduki question to Ampaze, I give PhD postdoc the Aduki to Yao Reta. Ado Handaki, I know who's a Mamangi 2022, the 23, the how river city phytoplankton, Magi population, Adu the Magi sediment layer, Kakajal Yao Reta, see that. Ado result is still under my physics analysis story. Ado cannot detail to Tom, publication detail to Tom.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Ado how you Matam ting jile aduga interaction che speaker tarukta hangning ba koning ba mi yor ga di matang ta ya para ayam de khara su technical o yam technical oi ba yor re khara su technical oi ba yor re kana question raise tong ning ba yaw bi ra ga di faculty was asking the Saturday could have the tangle like that. Oh, can link it bureau can pasang chang da bida can share tong ning ba Dr. Somorje Momagi
Ahan bermakna dapat ye BC sir ada senior officer ada Ozan Singh Uzai na ikai kun dapat ceri ngasi saya kau ye director tu out of station oi bedegi aina kau department na asai Loktak ki fundi kan benar Loktak kan bagi segala topics deh sta itu kara department na paket ni kanjaba aduga project se ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯃꯇꯗꯤ ꯑꯦꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯞ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯇꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯖꯦꯛ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯦꯌꯔ ꯇꯧꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯁꯔꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯀꯜꯆꯔ ꯔꯟ ꯑꯣꯐꯅ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯛꯇꯥꯛꯇ ꯀꯟꯇꯥꯃꯤꯅꯦꯠ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯇꯥꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯦꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯀꯜꯆꯔ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯇꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯂꯥꯁ 3 years ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ 22 23 ꯗꯩꯅ 24 25 ꯐꯥꯎꯁꯤꯗꯩꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯔ ꯀꯦꯃꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯐꯔꯇꯤꯂꯥꯏꯖꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯌꯨꯔꯤꯌꯥ DAP SSP MOP ꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ 34,000 metric ton ꯑꯃꯨꯛ consumption report ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ around 60 crore ꯃꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁꯃꯦꯟꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯛꯇꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯦꯆꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯦꯔꯤꯌꯥꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯦꯃꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯐꯔꯇꯤꯂꯥꯏꯖꯔꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯟ ꯂꯩꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯑꯟꯖꯨꯗꯤꯁꯤꯌꯁ ꯌꯨꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯔꯟ ꯑꯣꯐꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯂꯣꯛꯇꯥꯛꯇ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ 2015-16 ꯗꯩ ꯆꯪꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯣꯔꯒꯥꯅꯤꯛ ꯐꯥꯔꯃꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯏꯅꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯗꯩꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯣꯔꯒꯥꯅꯤꯛ ꯐꯥꯔꯃꯤꯡꯗ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄꯣꯁ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯄꯨꯠꯁꯤꯗꯀꯣ ꯀꯝꯄꯣꯁꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯍꯦꯛꯇꯔ ꯑꯃꯗ ꯂꯧ ꯄꯔꯤ ꯑꯃꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯥꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯕꯗ 10 tonsꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯣꯔꯒꯥꯅꯤꯛ ꯐꯥꯔꯃꯤꯡ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯌꯧꯅ ꯍꯥꯞꯄ ꯉꯝꯗꯦꯕ ꯀꯩꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯨꯝꯗꯤ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯀꯣꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯛꯇꯥꯛꯇ ꯇꯥꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯦꯔꯤꯐꯦꯔꯤ ꯗꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯛ ꯑꯅꯤ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯕꯤꯁꯅꯨꯄꯨꯔ ꯏꯝꯐꯥꯜ ꯋꯦꯁꯇ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯈꯨꯟꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯕꯦꯁ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯨꯝꯗꯤ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯀꯣꯠꯈꯠꯂꯒ ꯃꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯀꯝꯄꯣꯁꯇꯤꯡ ꯇꯧꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯨꯡꯗ ꯚꯦꯂꯨ ꯑꯦꯗꯤꯁꯟ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯐꯨꯝꯗꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯃꯊꯟꯗ ꯃꯥꯏ CN ꯔꯦꯁꯤꯌꯣ ꯋꯥꯡꯕꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯅ ꯀꯝꯄꯣꯁꯇꯤꯡꯗ ꯃꯥꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯂꯩꯕꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯔꯤꯆ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯌꯥꯏꯑꯕ ꯏꯟꯔꯤꯆ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯤꯗ एजोला हापगा हाइबिरे अदु नत्रबसु मसाइ क्विक कंपोस्ट तौरकांदा अखोई वेसल कंपोस्टिंग तौरब मतुंगदा मसिदि अखोई ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग द याम दरकार लैब ट्राइकोडर्मा बायो एजेंट्स बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स अदि रॉक फॉस्फेसिंग हापगा मागी वैल्यू जे हेंकलन बय हेंकलन तादे अखोइना मसाइ कम्युनिटी जिंग जे अखोइना लोकताक की अखोइबा तारिब मी सिंगसिदि अखोइना क्लस्टर वाइज सेम बय अखोई प्रोजेक्ट सिदा इरिसे क्लस्टर जे क्लस्टर म मी कुनदेना कुमंगा बो ओइबा याय अदो कुनदे कुमंगा सिदा क्लस्टर 2000 में प्रपोज तौबने अखोइना क्लस्टर सिंगसिना मखोइना फुमदी जे कोला कांदा कंपोस्टिंग तौरकांदा मोइगी तोआन अखोइ पैकेजिंग तौरकांदा वैल्यू एडिशन तौरकांदा पैकेजिंग तौरकांदा मोइ ब्रांड ममिंग थमबसु याइदनको थम मतुंगदा अखोइ डिपार्टमेंट ना कॉर्पस फंड खरा हापगा मोइ बाय बैक तौबिरगा सब्सिडाइज रेट अखोइगी ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग प्रमोट तौबैना फार्मर सिंगदा सब्सिडाइज रेट होजिकी कंपोस्ट इनरिच तौब कंपोस्टिंग दो यंथोपगी खुदोंग साबदु लेगनी हाइजनी असी मसी मतंग आइना शेयर तौजन
थैंक यू रामेश्वरी खुथांग की ममाले कितंग कितंग कमेंट पीगे दो
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor W. Chanbabu Singh, and the President, and also all the experts and everyone present in this hall, a very good evening. I am Dr. Rameshwari from Department of Zoology, Manipur University. Actually, yeah, it is a very right thing that we are having a discourse, one-day discourse on reviving of the LOKTAK lake. But yes, I have listened to all the experts, but it would have been much better if we would have included, you know, like people from agriculture department as well as the fisheries department also, so that we would have a clear picture on what are the activities that the departments are taking up in the LOKTAK lake, and how much of you know, like the in the surrounding area, how much of the area is been dominated by agriculture or by cage culture or any of the fisheries activities. That is also one very important point that is I wanted to tell the organizers. Then another thing is, yes, as I experts में हमने हाईबी की बता, mainly it was focused on fumdis. Fumdi kamaina kay kana ge dekhi dima se kana gadra kana roidra. Is it a resource or is it a, you know, like ban to the LOKTAK? Of course, there are many other factors which is affecting the LOKTAK lake other than the fumdis, which fumdi becomes a secondary product for the LOKTAK to sustain itself. Adokoi na say ay na hangzaning ba question di. Fumdi ki kana ba kana daba dekhi LOKTAK ki tamara jeevnasu about the ecology parameters the bacterial, you know, like koi ki kamain lege khud ke myam su myam yeng bire myam se na. But I would like, very one pertinent question is, how are we going to revive? what is the thing that should be taken up in situ in the LOKTAK? Like vermicomposting toba, the biochar, semba, everything is there, which may be done in the lab, and when we come to the field, actually, and in situ, the kamaina torkans the LOKTAK se kandoino high bigi ideas di experts sing bigi converse torka adum tangka koina kanjani. Of course, this may be not the final discourse because it is a very complex system, and we need a lot of discussion in the future also. But discussion LOKTAK has been discussed a lot for several years, but none of us has come up with any of the solution based. I'm also an expert in fishery, but we are not also coming up with anything. Aduna sige se koina expert ama oina leibirena khanbirabanina ngasai converse tawraga kamaina LOKTAK se kanbayage in situ simatang di koina adudo khana jahaningi haitara experts myam se punjan biraga. So that is my maybe a suggestion or a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ado kanana Rameshwari se MU gi fishery department gi kanone young scientist national international exposure laiba mana je throw to me question ji the biggest question LOKTAK ki kanone the solution se what are the solution hanga ji ngasi wakta LOKTAK ki govern the management govern the LOKTAK development authority govern the bone aduga LOKTAK development authority govern the bona well in international South Asian govern the bone ade visa se well in international South Asia govern the bona Indo Canada Enhancement facility govern the bone ade international level the funding di kai degi LOKTAK se govern the rebo and even for me last 15 years LOKTAK tabase nangi question what is the solution I ngasi wa udebo there is no solution. A lot of studies are there, lot of funding is there, lot of money gone down into the drain. The solution se siltation gi kari solution laire, eutrophication kari solution laire, biodiversity loss ki kari solution laire. Adigi pumdi gi ngasi di entire pumdi. Ad pumdi control tau nabi gi invasive species changi image. How to manage ngasi solution kanam to putok tribo biocompost ke karigi di panare ado speaker me amda throw tor ba big question do khangde me yam ten am ta khombira mo da sina
Usgi question do yam na fasaba question ni alda ki khana khang le ba question ni ngasi ki program sina khoi na kitang time frame la binina akhoi gi expert talk to hire 20 minutes ta ngang da akhoi karabanga tanga ko uski question do dekhoi ni hok de ha bagi su error dinate ado anyway being a civil engineering myself ko akhoi na sigi lake restoration pond restoration am tore project delhi this ko ado the LOKTAK restoration I have said we have lot of researchers technocrats scientists yam layeba only the thing is see kada de tor kada he what is the problem LOKTAK the problem has a phumdi thole phumdi by product ne sa high creva kada de thol pa nutrients sam hengalak nutrients kai de lak no ahoina study da mafum ohum ni amana anthropogenic ta amana surface runoff adagi amana periphery de leba mayam adagi amana natural ko aduna munning ba da khoi adagi study ki publication de lei ko adul maximum se kada de ko ge da khoina machine learning yeng matam ba hypersensitive yeng ba surface runoff the maximum 80% no ko aduna khwadi problem di LOKTAK kan ge haragadi fundi di secondary ni mapudo halag lo reba adudi kari no surface runoff the main heba surface runoff de kai di no nambul turel nante nambul turel gi study khoi gi kang kari sakari lambi samna phama kang yangoi karong ko adui mafam da khoi sahi ohum mamang da lan mamang jala sampling to the study si moi impact lak prayam yengure makhui adugi Imphal the contamination lab impact se LOKTAK ta adugi matik neme mayam na di atopa publication ai thenare IT delegi moi chhatra kara thado ko manipulation to rakhang de because sagi yangoi karong yor isin kang eba number 1 most of the time ko number 2 sediment na thagatana tawre aduga yangoi karong hek lang thokpagi paring arim se sidi eutrophication na thalleba sikadai de gino da athwa gi local area gi eutrophication na that means LOKTAK ki impact se lang Imphal Turel di tateko, tateko. Nambul Turel, Melakhong ka haibse. It's a vague. I don't accept that. Ko. Adugi mathakta Turel haibse kamay to keda ngasai so haibi kre Imphal dagina Lathawa lakda 5 kilometers effect lakadi kyam lakda haibse. River haibse. Don't disturb them. Let them be as it is. They have something called self purification. Kuira masa mata the re-aeration to Pagalakaneba. Don't disturb them, Matan but the Pazaneba. Loktak say, to Matan the Pazani, only the thing is El Legomba was a Hagi, Natroga, Marina, political Haitarigo, politically will Toraga, a choba framework, a Masiamaga, surface and obse, policy must much thing about solve togani. So I did Masita Singna, technology the hiding there, Masidi policy makers the way the thumbing situations. Thank you.
LOKTAK की problems है, since it is multi-pronged, solutions are not single yaro है वो. When you see an environment consists of natural resource and cultural environment. Natural resource is na LOKTAK ले इसने cultural is na human activity तो रिबे में हम दो. LOKTAK से government खक्तन ngam policy ते खक्तन ngam cultural change में लाभ बचांगे है वो. Just like for example, थाई नहीं इधर फुम number से नसाई pesticide पंबीरे दो. Pesticide season अगर नम्बर में because they kill the fish and they can catch it very easy. Madu kanana thinge bo LOKTAK ki community akoi bil tarish na thinga sen mo club mayam thinge bane. Government can't do anything. Government na laga check to ngam de ba. So we need to revive the people around the LOKTAK. Only things will change. Government ki policy lakani ama lakani if the government law ma same if the law is anti people, then nobody will comply with that. Cultural change is very important in short. Thank you.
Thank you. Rameshwari nang question do yang phajai ko. Hoi LOKTAK we have been discussing for long and we will keep on discussing about the LOKTAK. Ado akoi na huji conservation tok jare. Hoi LOKTAK is degrading. Aina mamangi huji April ki chalu baduda foot manga da dum ure LOKTAK se magi depth se ko 2023 is the April ji da ma je foot manga ji di dum loiram ni ko. Ado da mamang de Asian Development Bank huji Manipur government Asian Development Bank tagi support Niri bako, samai na LOKTAK se kanna bagi damakta paisa thada biyona. Asian Development Bank na sigi kanna bagi damakta noi na LOKTAK suwe hai je sigi documentation piyo hai kanda. There is not a single documentation to provide how much the LOKTAK has been people destroyed to gauge like teba. Adu na akoi sida tongan badagi laiba sigi mayam je punjan naraga. We need to start making a documentation. LOKTAK sigi samai na document hoga. Whenever we want to try for revivation or amagi to restoration ki or chीज ama puthok pam di dakat hai ba. Individual loy work tong na lemne. We need to come together. LOKTAK kan jayega de mayam je chungjan na bam change ba. Adu na traga de taon rajesh na 30 years LOKTAK ta tori mayam na tuan tawraga de hayeng moina lakanda de individual de connection tawrai. They will be coming through a government agencies. Aduna sigi information ako yung sigi deliberations iso pajana CMAga we can submit to LD and Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Samain tawraga di LOKTAK se kaya pibam soge je scientifically ako yung sagi chinna hai ba nataba with valid proof and data do si tawraga di harpagadran kalita. Thank you.
Ay pasang juganda Rajiv ki kanu se da pick up tawraga na DMU ki Vice Chancellor da amko su appeal tawri se Dr. Brajo Kumar Leng Panina Sigi discussion je next higher platform da through Manipur State Wetland Authority Dr. Brajo Kumar nodal officer of Benina higher level lang tang pokalaga line department gi officer sing yor kanda sida Rajiv na kind of question raised to je am ketanga detail the grilling toroga di solution kar ji thola kanina khanje
Thank you for the lovely question, I should say. See question say meeting but I already said at the beginning this is an infinite topic. LOKTAK is infinity. Resource other problems associated with taba. But what I feel is coordination. There is a lack of coordination. LDA expert advisory committee that is Yorome. Other the invitation to work on the forest department Fishery department ki lauya de karigino moi contradictory conflict lai amana ko ama lauya de my jurisdiction se boundary to khab do. So that jurisdiction has to be removed first. Ado climate change gi mi yaude oja ko climate change kau da badai laktri ra nadra kau ra laktri ra khang da ba akhoi di khangan da ba aduna, but that was definitely that is the reason why we are lacking behind. Although for that reason, when we have given the recommendation, even has reached to the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, Government of India, still action is lacking. Ramjar side oidre hoja. Wajana panvidri se kai hangde. This is already in Montreal Accord within 5 years time. Ramjar side ne lautho paga chahi ho manung the Montreal Accord changre. Because pollution level is so high, degradation level has already high. Ado si yam ikai ning ai ning. Asi bhaw da koi revive to bangamdri. So if we collaborate, even Director Climate Change na lead to viragasu, I think many of us will be following you, sir. Please lead us. We are there to support knowledgeably through knowledgeable information and input. So asida strategic planning kara jange. So that is why I said I personally propose a project collaborating with NIT Dimapur and even LDA. LDA only for seeking land. They should provide me the land so that a pilot project can be set up there through MOEF and CC, so that this whatever access from the oja Ramesrina habido ngasai nga laidu se kadai no open area hengalan batab never. So at the so fast pace of increasing Fumdi ki expansion is very rapid now. Ngasai Fumdi nami me amdo moidno so expansion tore. So LDA is beyond the control of all those farmers. Because demography is changing. Aduna moi encroachment se LOKTAK lom da sum indharak pa ching tharaga adu da sum forest department ga moi mu khana doi neba. So by the time fishery namu khara ama case culture to we khajang gare ko adu da mu LDA ga mu launa re. So those are some of the ground realities, but there should be some middle persons, even we may also be there. Aduna akoina initiate toraga moi mayam se yaugere yaurogera akoi punjal laga ama sagat bamdi changi, but that right decision should reach to the right particular person so that actions are taken. Adi funding mathau tarasu mafam cha lagadi thabak soidramaki success hoinai khalli. So my opinion was with my opinion I started my submission of project. Let Government of India decide if it happens. Seeking aside fertilizer ki ojagi issue ojagi biochar ki issue, because that proposal is just for 5 crore rupees. That will be installing 2 biochar plants. That is actually a pyrolysis unit, and that will be utilizing more than 1 ton of dry matter of this Fumdi in one machine. So 1 day 2 tons of biochar, this Fumdis will be utilizing in dry basis. Then that will convert into biochar. So that biochar will be either used for filtration or it will be directly going to the paddy field with certificate that will be able to claim the carbon fixation. So once they are pyrolyzed, they are not going to degrade. Adu pyrolysis to the koina khokal laga phumjan ba tardi, they are going to degrade. Adu ngasai ojagi ojara ajugi methane do methane the emission will be increasing. So methane is again 25 to 30 times hazardous to the climate. Carbon dioxide is manu musathi benina. So that is why I targeted biomass to local laga pyrolysis to thokraga di madudai tholak to river hydrogen and methane gas. Aduna akoina akoigi LOKTAK ising se we will never finish. Must be a never ending ni. Dugi mapan to the akoina steam turbine toroga electric sungba ba. Moi dam se dismantle to buda ke sukai de akoi electric awar pale ro. Adu pyrolysis se gas na electric turbine toro electric sungba ya ni. Whatever the gas will produce will be surplus and sufficient. Adu ki tholakpa vinegar to no organic pesticide when sinaba yar ka to ni. Koi oja moma gisu koi jam yaubiri ko. So all will become organic. So there are several millions and millions and tons of demand in India itself. Google dadum phubi hoba biochar ki demand ke am nahi gese. Let it be anything but organic source. So with this, I think my response.
Thank you, sir. Ay masigi question se lakane dum khang ler bane. Kaino da akoin tawrising se automatic ni adi sidi changchan bada akoina su yang wa ba thabak haidi ai di horta bungai ri decade me am dagi thabak torpa me am sina su conclusive ba pot putok ngam dream ne ada revival gi hairagadi as a soil scientist soil gi kano mo ina huji khwai lu ba se akhoi gi LOKTAK se sar na sai pan gi bi gi ba LOKTAK se kari oi gi hairagadi ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯋꯥꯇꯔ ꯔꯤꯆꯥꯔꯖ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯁꯤꯜꯇꯦꯁꯟ ꯇꯦꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯝꯃꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯅ ꯂꯩꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯏꯊꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯉꯩꯗꯗꯤ ꯋꯥꯇꯔ ꯋꯥꯠꯑꯦꯚꯔ ꯆꯪꯉꯛꯄꯗꯣ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯆꯪꯉꯛꯄꯗꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯇꯔꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯦꯟꯈꯤꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯍꯌꯦꯡ ꯍꯥꯡꯆꯤꯠ ꯐꯥꯎ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯕꯠ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯊꯥꯏ ꯗꯥꯝꯗꯨ ꯊꯤꯡꯒꯠꯂꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯁꯣꯝꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯣꯡꯖꯥꯎꯔꯣꯛꯇꯒꯤ ꯆꯦꯟꯊꯔꯛꯏꯕ ꯁꯤꯜꯠ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯦꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯀꯜꯆꯔꯒꯤ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯇꯤꯞ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯖꯒꯥꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯏꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯇꯧꯕꯨꯜ ꯈꯣꯏꯖꯨꯃꯥꯟꯁꯤꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯧꯕꯨꯜ ꯈꯣꯏꯖꯨꯃꯥꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯖꯒꯥꯒꯤ ꯁꯣꯏꯜꯁꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯂꯩꯔꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯋꯦꯁ ꯕꯦꯡꯒꯜꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯁꯦꯜꯐ ꯁꯐꯤꯁꯤꯌꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯐꯨꯗ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯟꯗ ꯁꯦꯜꯐ ꯁꯐꯤꯁꯤꯌꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯕꯖꯥꯔꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯏꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯕꯨꯜ ꯈꯣꯏꯖꯨꯃꯥꯟꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯅ ꯑꯌꯥꯝꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤꯗ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯎꯔꯒ ꯆꯪꯍꯧꯕꯅꯤ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯏꯕ ꯁꯤꯜꯁꯤꯡꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯛꯇꯥꯛꯇ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯇꯥꯔꯝꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯠꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯁꯣꯏꯜ ꯁꯥꯏꯟꯇꯤꯁ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯁꯣꯏꯜꯒꯤ इरोजन की एक्सपेक्ट उजरबनीको अदो लोकताक्सी अगी मोता कन्से हारगदी LDA से याम स्ट्रॉंग ओइबा यामना डिसिसिव कनो ओइबा अमदि चंगे हाइदि अइना ngasi थबक अम तौ मतमदने इफ अगी थबकसिना somebody some community some group of people da effect तौदबो ओइरुरबा अदो इतारगदी somehow अगी थबक तो याम तुना दुम लेपने सिमदी अइना हाइदर सुदुम खंगने हाइतार अदुगा खोगी एंट्री पॉइंट खोगी तुरेन सिंग खरगा मेजर ओइबा खोगी मंगोंदा तारिबा लोकताक सी मेजर 8 रिवर्स ना फिट तवे है लोकताक सी दको अ सीगी एंट्री पॉइंट खरगा चावबो सिंगचे सी जगह से हाना लुथन बम चंगे बा इमोता हाइबदी एंट्री तोकम तमदा सिल्टेशन तौगदब जगह से हाइदी अदाई दु थेंकलगदी आमयाय द लोय चखिदोइने अदुना मागी हेक एंट्री तौबम सिदा खोगी वेलोसिटी खर कुपथरकपा रिड्यूस तौरकम जगह से सिदैसदा मयाय द तौबु मोता अदाई जगह दा हाना तौहन्निंगे बा इमोता कइगिनो हाइदी अदुई जगह दो कुजिगी सिल्टेशन तौनबगी अदुगा अतोप जगह दा कनो तौदनब अदुना सिना soil aspect ani sidang hajara illusion jag
ngasai slide ta hoina hajau the concept tang I share thousand ngai ta hojigi hoina point of like pollution to iba jaga se especially maybe from farm or koi agricultural land de ogera water pollution to iba jaga se point of source ki manak to the hana intervene tom changeba oi sarna haibi ki ba siltation thokuju one of them ne ko aduga siltation thokpura matungda ngasai dissolve toriba poching ji koi treat tawnaba koi akoina work to joba area ji constructed wetlands se ngasai puthoiba mi du da responsible oinba for example farm am run to bi ne kan bi ro ne farm ji run to ba mi jina mana waste puthor ko ne ba then farm to saba matamda magi treatment unit yaw dis kari gi no se ba masi je land koi policy to matamda masi yahon bi ga da ne ba ko any farm thing especially maroina agriculture farm wagera paddy field wagera moidi thoreba surface magi pollutants me runoff me am se ko masi ji thing ba point of source thing ba je masi hana first priority wageduna ani khanjai ba kaino di once masi na ecosystem changjang ga di chai thokra matung di amo masai gi finding a needle from the haystack ado yoi gi yamna saruma payam de gi yetum mam thi ga khongala ga sum tobi mo la ka dore ba aduna point of origin to the intervene to when constructed wetland gomba concept se pusalaga treatment unit sing je tawhanna bo hona basi masi ya maru wegani na ai moti thamjage aduga one stop solution di ai sai tok ta haji duni lokta ki laite it's a very multidimensional problem ni different levels da sajan badarkar oi aduga koi oza experts in jo haibi ki baduni masagi resource ti mayamam lei aduga demographic change namar moidna increasing pressure in amara moidna nongmo magi mamonde henkala pressure je henkala ebako aduna masi ji yam thu mongda useful oiba system am on thok tragadi masi over exploitation amara moidna adum masi mangbagi stage adum lae na khin logjage ko aduna ngasai gi lokta kan basidi punna changjana ba si ya maru ye haitare masi yaudragadi so far hanagi lembasing se khoina moi phati haibidina temba punjan aduna maram oidina effective oidabane logjagda
punjana gadi effectiveness wangkhatgani na koi khanse aduga koi honorable vice chancellor na ju koi sigi idea very behind this idea je masi koi wakan chungjana ba ama group ama darkar oi haibasi koi honorable vice chancellor masi ui na laujai ko manam disi program ji initiate to biraga magi guidance makha da initiate to bi isa. Thank you.
Oh, I'm the minimum. Masih mayam gitar kan da ngasi gi se scientist mayam pulaga topic sing jaya ba pumdi gi vegetation the focus to re. But Rameshwarin hang what is the solution hang kan da aina ma haining eba. The biggest solution je NSPC have factors je problems je asi resolve to kan da LOKTAK ki problems je aina kan 80% will stop. But it has been decommission to was technically critical over last 10 years the debate over later. I think I know got it a meeting the Faridabad NSPC chief engineer directly face to face hangkanda one sentence man reply to we will not decommission. Ado Supreme Court na case amagi matungin na NSPC da query in Goktowe. Delhi din upang na PL LOKTAK ki ako'y Manipur masanta po Delhi masang kang na LOKTAK ki ever the PL ama Supreme Court file tawe at Supreme Court na hangye ba what is NSPC doing, what is your responsibility hangwa one line da yam na kurut over one line da kume moy hai se IT Simpapuri de when LOKTAK project was commissioned there was no memorandum of understanding between NSPC and Manipur government. So we are not responsible. Other lawyer matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I comment naman itang I site I jake. Kasi Dhanamanjuri University na apoy na one-day scientific discussion on reviving LOKTAK. A discourse on conservation and a sustainable management of LOKTAK Lake. I don't know. One day discourse it opening. Masi Karimaram ki taugrino adagi sigi relevant oibra oidabra asi so many questions may among the loyal labidang when he talked up. Adabu as an institution I quite ladiba state amasung ladiba society si gidamakta yengurakanda LOKTAK say as I ahamrazo hijabaduni as one of the part and person of the human civilization of the state of Manipur. Adana masigi si quite preserve tawdana protect tawdana conserve tawdana thamnabagi initiative si institution ama oina Dhanamanjuri University site ki so initiate tawum to have a stand to the tawgibane. Number 1. Number 2, I koina LOKTAK si Sigi conservation, preservation, and sustainable solution and sustainable management. Si tawbagi matam sida. Ako na scientific inputs mayam si. Ako na individuals the law na mag sigi input mayam si tara kalay hawre ako. Ako lay diba ako scientists mayam adagi academicians mayam sina moy na tawro bathabak si moy ki lab ta adagi moy national and international level publications ta loina mag taraga lay hore hai riba mayam si akoina policy making process da integrate am tarok trebo. This is one. Second thing, society ama the state ama hingba taraga adu lay si policy makers lay ribani adu lay si civil society organizations mayam lay ribani adu lay si ngasagi state to lay riba citizens mayam si magi cultures and the dynamics mayam lay ribani maki folk and traditions mayam yauribani adugi mayam sigi opinions ideas mayam si akhoi scientific inputs mayam siga asiga akhoi integration ama toroktribo. Besides so many departments akhoi LOKTAK Development Authority lady adagi forest department lady adagi land resource department lady soil conservation ki perspectives mayam lady fisheries and wildlife ki lady sigi mayam sigi lady ba input mayam adagi scientific lady ba akhoi academic research institutions ki moi input mayam si akhoi integration ama tawrok ma tari ba sida wasi integrate tawrok ma tam sida akhoi na society the lady ba citizen individuals mayam si su mohoi si bhap tahan ba tamin na ba ama sangi ba aduna sigi mayam si loina mak integrate tawrab matungda aikoina overall policy ama sema akanda adugi policy dugi matungina akoi phumdi si usable oini haragadi adu usable se kramaina oidoino adu particular si factory amada akoi pusallakanda adudagi factory dugi process tawraga product bonthoga thadoroktoribra adugi process tu tawge haragana adugi thabak mayam se kanana tawdoino masi government of Manipur na establish taw enterprise amana tawdoribra natraga private masi business person mayam na tawdoribra private business person mayam na tawni haragadi entrepreneurs mayam se robin to bama sangye ada financial institutions mayam se involved to bama sangye aduna business mayam se wo integrate tawge that boyne udurish the market ne aduna adiki puthok pot mayam si moige market se kadai de lagi ba Manipur khakta dara Manipur ki neighboring states dara and beyond India ra or within India ra aduna si consumers mayam se si buyers mayam si market si ke ma sawi have si perspective amane aduna market study si tarong matam da masai ki lairiba law and order situation se sisu aduda involve tor kadoi ne ba aduna masai ki good policy si sem nan bi da makta koi ki scientific amana academic inputs mayama adigi tongan ba departments mayam si ki moi ki clearance adigi moi ki expert inputs mayama itu bantu law and integrate tawga policy semani semi ba policy to implement operationalize tawna bi ki da makta karambe agency da sinadorino adu operationalize taw matam da entrepreneur mayam kaya yam na robin tawtoino market kaya chaudorino adigi adugi operationalization ki process da law and order situation si kamu yamna masai ki supportive oige legal environment si business environment si kaya yamna masai ki efficient oige effective oige haibagi study se masi si punna consel laga study tor ko masang ba aduna aikoina ngasai ki phumdi ki tawba phumdi si dagi kana ba puthokadori ba du tawdori ba da tawdori ba si phumdi si Dhanamanjuri University ki laiba research lab sing kina phumdi mem si kana ba to onthok pangam bonte ba du di akoi sample study khar ki tawba wane ba adu mem tarona ba ki damukta ai company me establish to masangi business unit ama hangro ko masangi business tu kana na tawdori aduna magi business tawgi adugi finance kana tawdori haiba issues mayam se koina loina mak integrate torokpa consen lakpa aduga adugi overall study ma torokpa masangi hojing asi koi Dhanamanjuri University tawrisidi just for one step ada masi se koi continue tawthadana mathang atop department mayam ka link tawraga adagi ngasi ki tawriba recommendation si aikoina atop department khudimakta submit tawdana government of Manipur da yohandana masi mayam si ki kari makha taba sathaba yagadage haibasi university ki lairiba akhoi department of environmental science aduga masi ki related departments mayam ade government of Manipur ki akhoi climate change ki akhoi sarse laibiri aduna government of Manipur ki site ki kari tawiba yai adagi fisheries department ki kari tawiba yai sigi input mayam si state da loina mak pusan birakpa aduga makha taba amuk further study and discussion mayam dialogue mayam discussion mayama discourse mayama lifelong habiti year long si chathadana lehanba adugi matungina due course of time kind of policy framing tawna ba government of Manipur da haijaba put up tawba aduga makha taba asigi proper akogi sustainable management se sikaramaina porakadage haibagi policy to shema matungda adugi operational mechanism si strategy for implementation to adu finalize tawiba adugi mayam do ma aikoi sangbrai na khali aduna sai ozara mesorna hangba question do is a very valid question but what we are doing is just one step, first step, second step, third step, fourth step, and future steps will be identified, and I request our academicians and the scientists to think over on that line and recommend accordingly. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all, Honorable Vice Chancellor and respected faculty members, scientists, my dear friends. Myself, Braj Kumar, and I am acting as the Director in the Environment and Climate Change Department. I say, Kanoni, Sigi, Sarigi, experts ngai ta ba yam pen ba you know ngai bai tare yam thought provoking oi ba de gi anova science ma'am job sin be khoi da yam ju important oi ma'am khan bi re in fact ai gi leijeru ba responsibility ki matung na state violent authority gi so is member secretary in act to ba adege musu environmental clearance PB the muta granting to so is na mu member secretary mu oi ba authority gi hai riba jangsa ani sigi atoba responsibility matak singda aduna ani si lakpas da ingon da yamna loktak kaki wanatna sustainability and the management part lapakanda mayan pamba khuna pangtopang daba as a executor mo inasu government ki officer mo inasu mayan pamba tobne tobum the pot mayan bai tare adu of the record adigi on the record hai tare what kano da inasum yang limitation mayan hai tare ko lots of limitations like being a scientist aiju findings mayan ai apply to mayan lai but practical to the why hai tare ko limitation mayan lai tare ko some lokta ki issue am lai amrom dhar gati sai ozam na habi khibdo boundary ji kanam changan gum je do hoji boundary delineation ngam de ko some wa phone lokta ki boundary si tasena pi bangam dri boji adu gi dam tani ngasi bo high court na jo kaim to we are thing lai je ko da ye very am nan amrom dhar gati am nuai to bo phone NHPC one of the culprit ko khang lai do NHPC ki lai ba pochi akoina corrections to bungam de degi mari modifications pi bungam de or maji bin post environmental impacts no to honbangam de ko na very akoida ka limitations ji mu ne ada aina head amoina aina du to habisungam de to honbasungam de prajansungam de ko then the carrying capacity of the Loktak lake nobody talk about it carrying capacity how we control the carrying capacity of it whether the labor human population se khona carrying capacity human population ki mon the lives in you control to bangam jungam de ko de then magi manung the labor Loktak ta khona uris de ani ne hatare mapan dagi lakpa molhan bam gang sai anthropology habi re adagi chemical si chain reaction or chemical si lower by lower kan temperature wankhle ji Loktak ta thoibe issues ya khoi khangwa phom ne surface ki temperature bottom temperature ni jam chong khena rabne music si canary pot si akhoi dum khangna sanna dum akhoi kem tongam de adon si limitation sing je khoina cope tong no honor pa kanda akhoi kai dra kale ge hare ge de wa kan de akhoi yam unitedly work to minum sang heta yam strong scientific approach sama yam strong scientific approach habi ADB ge ai ge fully interact to kam bune ADB ai is one of the member na de aham the mega tourism project like so Loktak the potential is not only the black carbon Punti khang nate bako ecotourism more koigi am prospective program ne bako ado ai gi first comment among the have je ADB gi nupi moigi like the have je tourism should be a byproduct of the Loktak lake management have ne it should not be at the primary project it should be byproduct when gadam ne bako but first Loktak se lake will hen je have never it may once when Loktak se sustainably when well and hen mangmagadi automatically tourism to create by product ne amadi tasan hagadi aduna project when chakra gadi khoi so ere ne likewise aduna oja singi kanu de am phajai hojiki phumdi du gi dong ti yenga khoina factory ma linkhal lu je khoi de lai proposal lai biomethanation to ge project lai outside ni oja na habi do kanan to de do big businessman e khoi mam khang ne hai do gadi ai under close tam jara ge duma proposal thare khoi dum environment plans pi lai ba khoi ado hojiki when stage khoi something adudi khoina policy to thamjari ba go kaino da khoina khanjabasi plastic ki waste na kana ba puthoi haragadi plastic waste thi mi am la ane ba then plastic waste when plastic am sine be helane likewise phumdi sina kaima by product when sina gadi phumdi le henu am pamane ba jiku maduna akhi yamna fatta mun sakhibe am sina haragadi other we need some study more I khoina hajine economically socially scientifically my amjigi ama khoina balance problem study um sang in khanje ba adugi study torna bona bada matam khare sangare khale dubu hoi ngasai yam bajai oja mana ngasai expand habi ge ba khanari ngai kanda khoi gi mang Loktak le ra moi do re do madum chapchan le ra bari am sengna hare ge ko ado aina khoi gi sa khoi honorable by chancellor sin bi le ba si ke no si khoi singkhen yang kan habi ra khoni yam phaba starting um ngare ngasi se khoi ngasi ta sena ai mapu yaudun khana badu oire khoi am sena ha gadi Loktak development authority ki mi yaudun khana bje ta sena ai gidi yaning da bani am sena hai de kai da khoi khana ni me am si answer me am le ngani mongonda khoi question am si mo answer me am le ngani ko because directly handle tawni ko hoi as a well an authority I know better khar dikhange isu but not sufficient mas yauba ma numinum faminum darkale adabu kitang aina pusanjaning ba oja singi research hoi from government agency moina issue we akoi yam help tawjege support tawjege oja bilage akoi jik support system pira kanda aji oja bilane digi Dr. Rameshwari tawga akoi constructed wetland concept asagi phum sinaraga ising treatment to we pot se huwai thok apply to hore akoi chathaba horabne se kainda akoi we need lab to fill lab tagi torputu field practice to chang hariba masig da akoi support koi will always stand akoi support on lei jage oja singda ina haijening basi aduga tabodabu concept am clear oi se koi kari parvi to si karma ai objective kari no target ken goal ken yang kan akoi support to jage bogo su ko sugumba khara ai koi research work khara hai tare ko to janing ge do ai more research to honjaning basi akoi na well na ma nei na ba kanda taseng na hagadi indirect catchment area ani je koi nei nei hai tare so ada indirect catchment da oiriba influence zone hai tare ko influence zone gi studies yaudran de wakanda direct loktak tang khana bande ai kitang incomplete regular kan je wakanda aduna influence zone lairiba jaga samna da municipal area ULB Nipan question relay magi ULB Nipan de la eba solid waste amadi liquid waste ki contribution song le haribo ko hoi hojupudi koi fecal sludge and septic management ki treatment plan je koi hadak sanction la khare government ki aduna khoji implement tok yang kan honari jik on tender phase new jik tender tor matung da within 2027 khoi target tok jare basi completion sungsho jo neng khali fecal sludge and septic management ki tor liquid waste for the khoi control tor nei khali solid waste control tor then Loktak itself the population control amadi magi activities human activities mi hengaling ki mai west kai chatu na question la ebo ko praja ma hengla kana total laiba toilet khudima ka su shape na tiam sen Loktak inside within the adugi port si achoba ai contribution lai ne khale dumba skum study khara yamna lu da bhai tare ne ko then bioindicators singi of studying asai microphyte ki kargi am study to bi khiba mam yogi do ai am nungai je dumba adu ai kanu su ai chingkhai doina ai recommendations khop bizar ke next ta kitang panel discussion mum toraga sustainability se seng haraga de circular way the sustainable and hon circularity ma koi lak su yaro ko aduna circular way the sustainable tongna badung ba principle ma tangno ma sillaga ekoi government recommend to bio koi aduga sunga swedna akoi gi well and ma conserve to no honabda government dhyan pb gi rules ki matu ina akoi di integrated management plan jo sem da sunga adra IMP harje IMP is dynamic document ma de one akoi na same gi basi it should be kept in dynamic have any further not in static form okay we have already submitted one IMP integrated management plan submit okre but unluckily akoi gi Manipur contribution am jaw kite seng na harab ko adubu hoi chapya bridging ma thumgre koina bridge do government jaga khoi gile ma gap to di hojiki to communal sambigre somebody ado hoji we need more and more explore on that management integration plans is da adra khoi kitang work to sange tare madra kitang khud thabi bim sange adu ai am interest like using asig je sai bacteria study ge me yogi do adu gi do kitang ai micro level da ai gi understanding ona ba kitang khangjaning ngai tare atai gi di aina lai heaven tabako in general kano le khraga hojiki microbial study gi sta khoina kharasu to bodile re khoidu aduga sai keystone texa ka gi leiba magi adigi zebra fish ki jasina khoi microplastic ki study je khoi zebra fish ta tawri hujik se ko aduna adugi potu sanction me ya bagi pot am lera gadi khoi kitang new subject mo oi bai tare khoi da lei mayam to na ga su ko hojiki area kitang micro level sanction bagi opportunity mai lowning hai tare khoi office ke to ra ga tare khoi we are ready to support it kari scale to se kamai to se ha min sing masing ko adugi pot kitang stay to minimum sang khali aduga ngasai gi oja bil argi ke oja gi serious treatment plan ki to we khoi ju tana minari ne STV plan da ke da khoi MBBR ke gi oja ga yang kana khoi khona jere tare ai wakhanda lon ma khoi wak to minari bang actor ne oja mayam lon oja ke su wak to minari khoi ga dum adu yam dra ka le ri topa issues in the yam kan dra ka le ri khale dunga sai oja na bi ba research to policy se asine khoina si gaps na phunmang ma di ko Loktak su sustainable way gane wakan aduna isi kitang ai haraga ai sustainable.
Thank you very much, sir, for all the recommendations, all the suggestions, and your valuable inputs. We do acknowledge your inputs, and we are waiting for the recommendation also. In the meantime, a clarification am tang tawjage. ALD as a invitation PJ. My atopa ima atopa kara laibadagi hijab tare joint obungam bida bane. We do invite them. It is not that we are totally ignoring the LDA. We know very well that they are the authority of this particular lake. And actually, oza amasu akoi ki function se lakpada on the way accident hotana yaudreva. She yogi oza Nabachandra ki gari se accident hokna dan. So we were expecting some inputs from him also. But then there is the other side of the story. We will continue with a few more discussion, and then we'll try to draw the recommendation with the permission of the chief guest and the moderator, etc. So meantime, if anybody else want to give more suggestion, ideas, question, then please do come.
Good evening, respected Vice Chancellor and all the experts present here. Sum kitang etong ninge haibagi haijage tawne pong diam tare, we are far ahead of time. Kitang matiyantang haijage. Sir, the target tawd dini ko. Sir, akoi ki LOKTAK ta tawba mi yam lay ko. But what we want to know is LOKTAK say degrade tawre haibakanda on which dynamic? Ko dynamics karamba sing sidat. Whether we are going to work for soil, water, whatever. We call it ecosystem services calculation. Aduna quantification to akanda, we are going to do some calculations. Karamba remediation pigani. Natragana karamba method to banana. Sigi pot sesa, a quigi department, the kara initiative lobo as a kara lazy, and a sarna karang katang median tangivatare. Sir, a quidi am the young generation nego. We are so young, aduga, I quigi generation, give me sing the decay, kanagi haikanda. We want to turn the waste into gold. I gi oina di I Manipur gi government the approach kya togan tawzagande. I su model sarga lay I gi system myam sarga lay, but I go directly to Jal Sakti. Adana I di final finalist ka myam oirure, but yam na young oibagi guide to be never late of a high gadra. The community level this minor work to godoni adu to godoni haiba myam do. Moy myam no in a tambiri. But I decided la akanda Manipur government approach to ganda uni haibagi cooks later. What I have been thinking is that I have to take fund from outside. Akoyi Manipur gise, it's already exhausted. People are fighting. Silog the biad nas tong nalere, but I want to take it from outside. Haibagi motive talay given ever sir. Anna sir hoise masakya khandre baina. But we are also working on it. And ecosystem services, sir. Kitang my help with the others. Thank you so much.
mayam ji wara male ko tikya thanga na raktre ane tengjala paga question kanu lektra di recommendation jai na the singlen smai hygienic recommendation je hojuma kantok drusune ai suggestion di speaker expert mayam nei re adigi sanjoi na khara note tawre ngasi je point ani ni ohum mo jawi na pamba recommendation thabiro namonda thabiro aduga formulate tabuna chungmani na khale ai ngasi whole night se khanbiro what is the solution just in a solution, no, the Raju solution, no, I say night time the Kanbiro, the high Tabiro. I do not get on some Mudo Maluda, get on thinking time.
The recommendation say, fill them no Maladavina technically, hybrid Lugunico, but this is the first step. Heidi, I'm the young generation work to Suko, Sakanga the Bozam, so Kanareko, Hanakanaba, Zaujitine. First of all, I really like to thank the organizing committee and honorable VC. See, MU the su to entire do tarasu smani interaction and especially Nasi Manipur University the risky program achogum leko. They are going to speak from different dynamics. Manipuri mapanda ay ahiba. Chicken thong bahiba kara, irom bahiba kara, sak thong banata, isim jobi kara, film manada mga taneba. I used to talk like I can sell it. kaino ngasi si sida pundu se loktak katang gine haibagi even the crowd may be small I'm just bothered ko adu chilak adu lak chabni ado yamna appreciate toning ba khoi oza sing na su tamjaning ba amna howdagi na khusibuk loi ba vc sir hoina phambi tabiri se it's very important ko haibadi ai thabuk chili phamukhi ke mayam tanaro aduga recommendation pura lao soi to ado haibada te listening not hearing it ko ado sir tasina su ba akhoi su tamningai oi number 2 the sir in hygienic bamna smaina senbi venina sigi mathang dadi akhoi paper gi wad nate kakinate pasha kaile adu kamai kamai to bi sha tanaba ya boina maybe at least once in 6 months or once in a year at least without much formalities ado aina su meram bino ta da su adagi sa chingle na su request to jikibdi yam formality to go se na ko ado the yes but we need to have advertisement also ko sisu darkani na sidagi di kitang ko productive o henje haragidi agi recommendation di visit her da su request of sini DM university na atopane na tab DM university dum tabu yo matung ta jarake ado yam formality oidana just round table ba tawraga smash tawraga once in every 6 months adu bito cha dum thapina ragu resu ko smaina khoina ozana habi do pasha kai de lobu yai oza kari mating to yai ozana smaina tawraga di khoina kari punbu yai adu ita de ko automatically dum khar data hapna raga form academic to sukana bi yai project lobu to sukana bi yai as well as akhoi potential do tongan chana do pull up to bina raga di yamna condense hoini khaje so sigi recommendation e hajani thank you
sigi ja kanogi suggestion je aina smaina thamjaningi akhoi director of environment climate change from battle office the different activities akhoi every month interaction formal informal interaction je different topic the climate change environment the regularly still level adaina part of recommendation je jinga bc the request on mabana ngasi ki platform the country je next higher platform in jingai ga wari sanamne director bajo kumar ga toroga dmu ga toroga line department singi lda gi kar water resource mai invite toroga kitang larger higher adi loktak se ngasai mayam jhaina je it's a very complex issue easy solution like the multiple rameshwarin the solution hangi kanamta solution jo pingam de ado khunggodo mi singdo lda gi nhpc gi water resource gi ade environment gi forest gi loina kawro phaminaraga sumroja adugi next to atuboda oza bc ga director praja kuma ga tan tayat to ga mayam da inform to rodi it will be very successful ado mase jasan join nong tong sambap tong godra
discussion ki kainu sita oza sarita kitang department of environmental science ki so muat ma kitang pibi na ba kitang
A very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries and members on the dais. What I wanted to, little bit add up. Masai akhoi Zara Meshurina panbada yawre. Aisu hangjaningam bane because ngasigi topic se akhoi reviving loktak and high bane bako. So aduna akhoi na hangningi se different angles tagidi mayam walked away, but at the end akhoi na pamjari with the holistic approach to kari lege haidana akhoi mayam da adugi question ama adum open tawraga thame. So far aina khangjarapa aigi education gi tour da aina sum tajabada LDA gi issue se many decades tagi nganaraga la aba perform amane. So far I father so I do know a bit. Even I heard from some outfits, even bomb plan toni habegi wari hok tazi bale. So anyway, that is another part of the story. So ngashi pa ba koi chatharaga but from our department angle akoy na hangningi se loktak se resource ne high rege adoy tari akoy na karama mong da tham sige. That is one question which we need to know. Loktak se kariyo in tham sige. Paishata nabegi lambi rom da sum yeng shira. Natragana natural ecosystem ama preserve tawshira. What that strikes a mind because environmentalists amoy na akoy hingurabani na akoy di ecosystem preservation si pame but angle kaya de di resource benefit utilization myam lebani na adu shu thing bangam de. So that is the crux of the scientists and the policy makers. So aduna akoy na kay daw dage and a very hard rule adagi mo pollution study de yeng kan de point amasung non point is akoy na always thingnaraga lakbani control to ge high target di point taushira non points in the kamaina thigani. So that is also a very big question. So the researchers me amna work to madam, there so many research papers are there, so many akoina Manipur University tam jar madam the loktaki waring atane akoin tajar, still we can't get it. Adoi targadi ngasi di akoi DMU na under the guidance of Sir Vice Chancellor yam topic am da akoi discussion gi pushan bire under one umbrella da. So adna mayam akoi na ngasi aham step and lojeraga akoi na ngasi di adugi tanja yam nungai akoi department na shin bigi sham nungai bam phange adubu way ahead the way forward the ngasa akoi na panjari ba ecosystem service da akoi yongtang try to shira hai bigi wakalon khara akoi pausere even Kebulam Jao the Masai Sarajuna Panbido, Kebulam Jao, see when the Tamsira, Loktak si Kansira, because it is a conflicting interest. So on a Suguma Mayam Sekoi, Akoi Mang the Kirkasum Tare, and then a city Akogi Servici, Akogi Little Biriba, Hamaso, Akogi Director, Environment Climate Change, Sir Busu, a city Pazana Koga Paminaraga, Amadi Akogi eminent speakers Miamaga, Luina Raga, Koikado Shige. And the many issues are there, sir. Si mayam se haraga akoi this subject when hinga banina akoi future horokado satra mayam sida akoi na karam angle takadage haibigi issue se la esa. So aduna the thing is, how are we going to tackle the issue? Resource or our ecosystem? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarita. Makatana atopa suggestion take pipi ningula regadi akoi invite tausari. Okay. Topa suggestion PV Katoba Laitre Hena Lojaraga. I get rapporteur gi over report Amakatang Tentak Bamatang Tamzage. Nasi altogether 6 expert na Magi different topics in the Yam Pajana deliver Tauki Aduga High River deliver Tauki Basing Dugi Marunda Aina Kogi Joropa important river point Karakatang not Tauzawi High River Sing toItentakna Mayamgi Mangdam Tamzage. Yanan bus speaker we became Professor KHI Lal Bihari Singha the mana Tambikiba topic na Loktak Lake a blue carbon gold mine of Manipur Hamni to Sarna Tambikiba the Yam Pazana Marik Chum the Tambikre carbon pool say carbon capturing Tori say Loktak Natori Masina 2 to 3 times greater than the Masaki entire forest Manipur forest in the which they 2 to 3 times greater way having Aduna Hariba Lake say Sukimatic carbon sequestration the carbon capture tawagi amaru eba mafam amani ado at the same time hariba Loktak se akhona carbon capture tawba se sequestration tawbagi mafam jing se oiraga so moi sing je fajana properly manage tawdragadi at the same time mokoi dagi amuk greenhouse gases if we agitate them then kari together another sources of greenhouse se Loktak sidagi amusung pitorok na bagi maram amadu oi haibasi sarna supan biki then sarna expert na pambiki beda Zagi ring buns mayam sing se masigi fish farm pon ge ring buns sing se regulate tawbagi apamba so sarna panbirami then expert also opine to start carbon trading mechanism haibani ado hariba carbon credit and trading mechanism se masi feasible oigadra oiroidra then ado ragana magi merit and demerit haibadugi matang da kitang in depth oiba study ama tawbagi darkar lai haibatu su koi director of environment climate change Dr. Director Panbirame, then Adukaloina Hariba, Loktak Lake say, Menes Doge Haragadi, community participation Ama Yamna Dakalai, Aduga, traditional ecological knowledge system ga, modern technique shika, blended or Akanda, Equigi Hariba, Loktak Lake sing a say, Masi revived over the Yam Chowa, Mating Amu Oigane have a say, expert Panbirame. The second expert, Professor P. Albino Kumar, Department of Civil Engineering, NIT Manipur. So, we yam pazaraba. The topic title say community-based water filtration using waste PUMDs, biomass-based experimental design via machine learning. Haibani Maroina PUMD the key activated carbon same eraga. Hariba activated carbon sina water filter taunabaki media ama same bani. Hariba media say sukimati effective way haibatu expert na panbirami adugala noina hariba activated carbon say made from the PUMD can be used as a good filter media for removal of iron from the water. Haiba research keep finding to the panbirami see masi kainosing ta maroina Manipur da leiriba ising jing se amana iron content se ground water se iron content se almost adum khara khara wang na yawi hairiba iron content sing se khoina ground water dagi lokthok pada hand pump da natran khoi de bore well sing du gi da hairiba sing china yam chamba low cost ki khoi water filtration unit thore raga sina bada su kana gani haiba du su thambirami. Third expert Professor Raju Singh Khoyangbam na PB number topic na wetland and global warming ni wazana mana explain to binamba se Kaibul Lamjong National Park shidaki greenhouse gas emission to bagi matang da wazagi finding khara thambirami loina na hariba koigi wazagi apambada koigi greenhouse gas sing se ma se release tawra ipa mafam sing maroina LOKTAK ki feeder stream sing se LOKTAK ta tariba LOKTAK se koina ahlama sing habiram bada se LOKTAK have the end of the stream have the lok ki tak have the lok stream and tak have the end of the stream ni aduna isai mapan na tilaga LOKTAK sem mi habiram ba ahlama sing habiram balai aduna haiba LOKTAK ki feeder stream sing ta sanga ibase mainly Imphal ke urban heart of the cities the power ga saliban Nambu river su janbere then market yam the main market am oina saliban Nambol river ki su adu expert sing na ti tongan tongan finding sing the pibiram pe matung na haiba sing asigi singi nasu yam ka hen contribute to wadi na te haira ga so haiba sing sigi feeder stream sing se sida greenhouse gas emission sing lokthok ningbagi apamba adu aikogi professor na expert na thambirami loina na hairiba expert na amukasumagi apambada nasai re-sizzling of the chestnut water chestnut se maramdi kainoga to boost up the economy of the local inhabitants periphery the lairiba sing to makoigi economy do boost up tawna bagi tawta water chestnut che amukhana re-sizzling tawagi apambado pongdo pirami as well as nasai gi aikoigi ecologist singna once Dr. Breeze Gopal Sharma na mana haibiram bam lai kainoraga aida akoina conference ta personally thengnarap matamda doctor noina LOKTAK ising LOKTAK concept tauge habra or Kaibul Lamjong National Park concept tauge habra ani ki purpose ti tonga tongali aduna amana wa ising yu othambani amana ngasai ising jing yu othamaga di phumdi gi depletion tawe habana sing basidagi ma aduna magi unsuitable habitat sangai gi oi aduna ani ki purpose to tongan manina ani se tuna sembay abagi kano leite aduna item moi sing je fragmented tauna ba ngasai gi hariba gi apamba sing se makoina su ekoina sum thengna jara ya do doctor na su expert na su panbirami then doctor expert number 4 Dr. Tensubam Basanta Singh scientist soil science ICAR Manipur na PB number topic ta converting phumtis into manure through vermicomposting havani aduga hariba doctor na scientist na expert na experiment ama khatang tawi hariba kari tawge the phumdi sing china magi vermicomposting ki pit stock semi hariba sing to the phumdi plus azola pinata azola se khoi mayam marang kaina man produce phangba nitrogen fixation tawang amba plant su oibanina anywhere hita phangba aduna azola ga cattle danga then vermi worm artworm sing chiga mokoi sing che punjala rakanda aduga experiment tawi matamda from the finding akoina expert na haibiram se vermicomposting efficiency of the phumdis can be increased by adding azola pinata haibaki matang se su doctor na fazana thambirami. Expert number 5 Dr. Birla Maibam assistant professor in chemistry Dhanamanjuri University na yamna chamba haibati very effective and low cost technology ama develop tawi hariba topic tuna towards nature based solution of wastewater treatment in wetlands of Manipur haibani expert na propose to be say in situ treatment by phumti based floating treatment wetland system haibani masi aikoina mangda su kai mathengna jakre Suresh Kumar Bilore SK Bilore professor retired professor SK Bilore Ujjain University da mana patent laukiba artificial floating island sinarega mana read na tawrakanda ngasi Ujjain ge lake mayam revive tawgibagi ai khoi the paper thengna sai madumaina doctor na su aduga ai pe manaba mom the doctor ge own something design ama tawrakanda ai khoi ge constructed wetland sing chida ai khoi ge hariba low cost and user friendly oiba technology ama putokanda lo lake sing se revive tawbagi yagani haibagi thajaba du doctor na thambirami loina na Dr. Rajiv Kangabam MTI Hub Manipur na mana thambirambada from ecology to innovation have a topic ta scientific opportunity in LOKTAK Lake highway matang da thambirami aduga amuka hena nungaijari badi research scholars ingi damakta yamna kana gadaba idea information khara Dr. Thambirami maram di kainorga research taw matam da aikoi paisa darkar lai aduna karam funding agency dagi kama
Singkai no close up biro ne.
Okay, ako'y maka thorop chathajanaba ako'y ngasigi program conduct tawiri sidam tang sinajagi.
Thank you, sir. As we bring this fruitful session to a close, now I invite the co-convener of today's function, Dr. N. Sarita Devi, Assistant Professor and Head UG Section, Department of Environmental Science, Dhanamanjuri University, to deliver the vote of thanks.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Kurumzari Punamokpu, distinguished chief guest, president, guest of honor, dignitaries, invitees, teachers, and my dear students. As the curtain falls on today's set of formal discourse, I, Norim Sarita Devi, on behalf of the organizing committee, consider it a great privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable and successful event. First and foremost, let us offer our deepest gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessings, which has been our guiding light throughout this journey, making today's event a resounding one. To our esteemed chief guest, Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dhanamanjuri University, thank you, sir, for honoring us with your presence. We are immensely grateful to you for your time, in spite of the busy schedule, and for being the guiding force for today's event. Your support and vision are the driving spirit that empower us to reach new heights. I extend my sincere appreciation to our respected Sir Principal, Professor K.H. Birbal Singh, for being our constant encouragement. Thanks goes to our team leader, our respected head of department, for successfully bringing all the elements of today's event under one umbrella. Thank you, sir, for your guidance and vision. An event of this magnitude requires meticulous planning and bird's eye view to detail. My heartfelt thanks goes out to our event convener, whose dedication and enthusiasm have been the foundation of today's success. A special word of gratitude and appreciation goes to all the dignitaries who had presented their expertise and knowledge on the one-day discourse on reviving LOKTAK. Thank you all for the meaningful insights which you have all contributed to the course of our agenda and expected outcomes. We look forward for strengthening our collaboration to build a better and sustainable Manipur. Thank you all. Next, our eminent invitees, to name some, respected Director and his associate officers from the Department of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, representative from various departments like IBSG, Horticulture, and IT, teachers, students who had been with us all the way to the discourse ending. Thank you all for being a precious part of our journey. A big thanks goes to the media fraternity for bringing out such an excellent idea and platform for discussing the sustainability issue of our Manipur resources. We all know media is one of the fourth pillar of democracy, and it plays a pivotal role in connecting the masses with the latest information and shaping the mindset of the people. Thank you for your active
aesthetic singer, to name Telina Sorokhaibam, for giving us a mesmerizing traditional tour to our ancient folklore. Now, a special word of gratitude goes to our dedicated team who has been working tirelessly behind the scene. Your commitment, attention to every aspect have ensured the flawless execution of today's occasion. The event would not have been possible without your hard work and willingness to go extra mile. Thank you all. Thank you, our team, our students, mainly, MSc students. PhD, PhD also. Okay. Next, I would also like to acknowledge our moderator, Salam Rajesh, and our reporter, Dr. L. Sanjoy Meite, who deserve a round of applause for guiding us through the discussion with such endeavor and elegance and grace and connectivity to connect the program. I would also like to appreciate the ELITETV and Impact TV for giving the live streaming of our event. Thank you. As we conclude, I'm reminding of a quote by Helena Keller. He said, "Alone we can do little. Together we can do so much." So let us carry forward the spirit of today, knowing that each effort and every presence here matters. Thank you all for a wonderful day. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, co-chairman of today's function, for the vote of thanks. May I now request everyone for a group photo session. Thank you all once again.